in the audience out there, and I'm going to hand the gavel off to Chairman Hoffman, and appoint Al Barrett Vice Chair.
Carol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to adopt Proposal 134, allocate 90% of all moose drawing permits to residents.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Natalie?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you. For the record, Natalie Weber with Division of Wildlife Conservation. Proposal 134 asks to allocate 90% of all moose drawing permits to residents. It is a public proposal and the department is neutral on it. So it would take all of the moose hunts that do not currently have an allocation and it would create one. 90% would go to residents, 10% to non-residents. And in the most recent drawing permit hunt supplement, there were 24 moose hunts that did not allocate between residents and non-residents, and we'll show you some more information on that as we move along. At the top of this slide, you'll have the list of board findings that address non-resident allocation. Numerous proposals through the years have led the board to revise their hunter allocation policy, and so that's the list of 3, the most current one being done in 2017. It was adopted by the board November 2017 statewide board meeting after the board spent considerable time discussing the allocation of moose and sheep permits in particular. They ultimately decided it was in the best interest of the users and the resource to evaluate each of those on a case-by-case basis. All moose drawing permit hunts with an allocation are found in Regulation 5 AAC 92069, and all of those hunts are located in the interior and eastern Arctic region or the Arctic and western region, with the majority of the hunts being in the interior. So a substantial portion of that regulation involves the allocation between guided non-residents and non-guided non-residents, so we'll be ignoring those pieces of the regulation for the purpose of this proposal. Most allocation between residents and non-residents is not by percentage or number of permits available within a single hunt. As you can see on the slide, most allocation between residents and non-residents takes a different form. It's very common for residents to hunt under a harvest ticket or a registration permit, while non-residents hunt under a drawing permit for that same population. Alternatively, in some cases, the board has said that residents will have a different bag limit, a longer season, or both. And by different bag limit, I mean for a moose hunt, they could hunt as in any bull hunt being the bag limit, whereas non-residents for the same population might have antler restrictions, a shorter season, or both. The proponent mentions the Unit 21B hunts that are found in that regulation as an example. So this is one place where the board has allocated the drawing permit for that population to 50% to residents, 50% to non-residents. And of that allocation to non-residents, 75% go to guided non-residents and 25% go to non-guided non-residents. For a little bit of context with that hunt in particular, in regulatory year 25, 10 permits went to residents, 7 to guided non-residents, and 3 to non-guided non-residents. This allocation was set in 2008 following the existing allocation policy at the time and was based on historic patterns of use, people applying for it and hunting that particular population. This proposal proposals to change that hunt in particular have been revisited numerous times, the most recent being during the 2017 Interior Region meeting after the board had finalized their allocation policy. And at the time, even with the new board finding on allocation, the board chose to leave that hunt as is. So that one in particular has been addressed somewhat recently and upheld every time the board has reviewed it. Deviate a little tiny bit here for you to show you some numbers about what this would actually do. So stay with me as I find this for you. So if you want to take a look at this slide, and this is actually for Proposal 135, but after reviewing the presentation we have, we thought it would be pretty good to show you these numbers here for this proposal as well. So what you have on the screen is from the November-December 2024 drawing application period, so the one we just completed a couple months ago. At that time, there were 24 moose hunts that were open to both residents and non-residents in that supplement for RY25. If you take a look at this, the darkest orange color hunts that are open to qualify are those that are open to qualified disabled veterans and are weapons restricted. The kind of pumpkin orange color indicates hunts with weapons restrictions. And the lightest color is the one hunt that is open to disabled veterans with a weapons restriction. The other ones have no They don't have any particular restrictions in terms of who can apply for them or the weapons restrictions associated with them. Hunts with fewer than 10 permits are indicated by the black box around the number of permits available, and there are 6. 4 of those are on joint base Elmendorf-Richardson, and one of them is in the Birchwood Management Area in 14C, so a very tiny hunt area. And the other one is the disabled veteran hunt in Unit 20D, which is wildly popular and made possible by wounded warriors in particular. That one in particular, this board has spent considerable time discussing and has very deliberately made it what it is today. The 2 far right columns indicate the number of applications received for each hunt and the percentage for those of you not excited to do math like myself. So this is provided so you can see what kind of hunts are out there that are open to both residents and non-residents, and the number of residents and non-residents respectively that apply for those permits. So most of these are relatively small, precise hunts. And if the board were to create an allocation, it's important to look at the number of permits available to just see, in many of those cases, it looks like there might be potentially no permits awarded to non-residents. This proposal in particular, I'm going to jump back to my other slides. This proposal in particular is asking for a pretty substantial statewide change, and usually, as indicated by the chart that I just showed you, usually changes like this, we recommend the board follow their allocation policy and take a look at those hunts on an individual basis. If the board intends to take a look at just the 21B hunt, which was provided as an example, we will ask that you defer that discussion to the Interior Region meeting so we can provide all the data that supports how the board ultimately came to the existing allocation. And with that, Mr. Chair, we'll take any questions.
Board members, any, Member Wood.
Thank you. I want to make sure I understand your overall operation on your determinations. There is a board policy under which your board has found in the past, and on 3 occasions in 2017, specific allocations. Is that what you're saying?
Through the chair, Member Wood. The board, in the cases where there are existing allocations, the board has followed its policy. Yes.
Okay, and if indeed the board does not address a specific area, what's the default position? What is the division between resident and non-resident?
Through the chair, Member Wood, the default is the hunts, particularly those 24 I just showed you, are wide open. There is no allocation between residents and non-residents for those hunts.
Okay, so this would change everything and put it to a 90% ratio, if I understand correctly.
Through the chair, that is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Dave, Mr. Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Natalie, can you detail to the public that probably might not know, what is the current board policy on allocation on the percentages? Do you have that in front of you? I know we, board members, were published or presented with our policy, but there's quite a few folks out here that might not know that.
Through the chair, Member Loring, the policy is 2017-222-BOG, and I know you're not asking for the title of the policy. It is a pretty lengthy document that has been RC'd as part of the record materials for this meeting. I want to say it's 6 or 7 pages long, and I don't have it in front of me, but Executive Director Tibbles does. However, it does essentially guide the board through addressing each of these hunts on a case-by-case basis. That way anyway, I'll leave it at that. Ms. Tibbles can point to where to find that policy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The policy can be found in RC1, page 28.
Okay, thank you for that. I got a couple questions on some specific slides you had. And back on 134, number 3, we talked about that in the Whitna hunt. And you gave the number of what the allocation was. Do you have the any information, or maybe one of the other folks has information on what the harvest rate was? As far as of those permits, how many were actually harvested by non-residents versus residents?
To the chair, Member Loring, I do not, that's not the type of information we usually bring to a statewide proposal such as this. This appears to be kind of a policy hierarchy, overall, addressing not the specific hunts and the success rates of those individual hunts. So no, we did not come with that information for you.
And I have just one more short follow-up, Mr. Chairman, if I could. And then on a different, on your slide that you had all the different hunts out there with the different percentages, it was under 135, I think, number 9, yeah, that one there. I understand the DM 795, that's the one that's highlighted, that's the wounded warrior, or the disabled veteran. What is the other hunt I see as a super high percentage of non-resident applications was the 818 hunt in 20D. What do you think, what's the draw for that one, do you know? That was a 58% non-resident applications. All the rest seem to be in the 70-30 range, and that one there was like really skewed the opposite way.
Through the chair, Member Loring, I don't have that information handy. If you want to give us a second, we can possibly dig it up. But yeah, I apologize. I do not have
Yeah,
anything specific.
if it becomes available while you're still testifying, I'd like to hear that. Otherwise, I can move without it. Thank you.
Board members, any more questions for Natalie? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this chart that we have in front of us, this is just for drawing tags that residents and non-residents put in together for?
Through the chair, that is correct.
So the ones that we have already separated out, and I was thinking of the Koyukuk Boost Control where there's a non-resident tag and then there's at least one guide required tag and then one not, which only have one permit per each person. Would a passage of this proposal affect an area like that has, only one permit for a non-resident in a draw?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, when the department was analyzing this proposal, we took a hard look at the other hunts in that regulation, 92069, and in those cases, the only hunt in that particular regulation that has an allocation between residents and non-residents is this 21B no-witness hunt. The other ones all allocate between guided and non-guided non-resident use. So the resident component of the hunts on that population are not even included in that regulation. So this proposal would not impact those other hunts that are there with the allocation between guided and non-guided non-residents. This one would impact the 21B no-witness hunts, and it would impact these 24 hunts that you see on the chart in front of you.
I guess I missed that when I was reading the proposal. I understood it as, 90% of a drawing permit would go to the residents. And so when I looked at that, I was like, well, it seems to be somewhat reducing. If they have 10 permits now, they would get 90% of those 10 permits that are available.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that is why a little bit earlier in the proposal, we made a point to indicate that for those populations, the board has allocated to residents in a different form. Typically, the reason that we don't have the reason there is no resident component for the rest of those hunts in that regulation is because they are offered through a different process. They might be a registration permit. They could be something else entirely. So, and that's, believe me, Member Barrett, we went through the exact same process. So that's why those other hunts in that regulation would not be impacted, because the resident opportunity is provided separately than the allocation within that regulation.
Gotcha, thank you.
Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, Member Loring. We asked about DM 818 and the popularity apparently, and I appreciate Lincoln Perrette being here. That's the most accessible hunt. So non-residents can actually get there and reasonably.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott.
Member Gardner?
Yeah, just hearing that clarification sounds to make a good case for an allocation on an individual basis. And then I kind of have just on slide 7, with the different form, most allocation between residents and non-residents takes a different form, and you've done great identifying that we have harvest, as a resident, you have harvest ticket registration, additional opportunity. Clarification on most allocations between residents and non-residents. Are we talking a 51-49-ish, 80-20-ish?
Through the chair, we had to say most because of the Nowitna hunt, which has the allocation of 50% of the drawing permits to residents and 50% to non-residents. I would also like to point out for that hunt in particular that there is also a resident-only registration permit for the same population. However, that hunt does come with antler destruction as a requirement of it. So that is why there is a resident registration permit opportunity as well as the resident drawing permit portion of the opportunity for that population.
Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. Natalie, that Nowitna hunt, most of that's on the Nowitna National Wildlife Refuge. Do they provide, under the federal side, additional opportunity for local residents, either winter hunts or, that's just on that south side of the Yukon River there where the Nowitna comes in?
Through the chair, give me just a second, and I'll
Okay.
get that for you.
Thank you.
While we're waiting, Member Wood?
Yeah, this may have already been asked and answered. If so, I apologize. I'm not an early morning person. But if indeed we had areas that have been specifically addressed by this board, would this proposal 134, if adopted, override that so that the 90-10 would go into effect regardless of what the board had done earlier?
Through the chair, yes, it would.
And secondarily, would the board then be basically relinquishing whatever participation that policy enabled it to do by adoption as 134? Basically, the policy is toothless after this, correct?
Member Wood, that would be for the board to determine.
Okay, thank you.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate the number of applicants on this side, who applied. But that's a real vague view of what's going on. It would have been better, or if you have the information of, how many permits did residents receive versus permits non-residents received in there, because I don't know what I can do with these percentages because they're just people that applied. I don't know what's actually distributed. So I don't know how many of these hunts were already actually in the 90-10 split. And so it's hard for me to, use that slide to base an opinion off of where we're at. Our non-residents above 10% in most of these hunts. I mean, percentage-wise, there's quite a few of them that, through the application period, they're 10 or lower.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, I agree. We should have had that in there, and that's my fault. I apologize for that. When it comes to drawing permits, we typically see permits being awarded following a similar pattern to the application. So this, I'm pretty confident would look quite similar in terms of how many people of which residency get the permits based on the number of applications received.
In a random draw?
Subsistence?
So through the chair to Member Loring, so for the subsistence, the federal subsistence hunts, we do have 3 separate ones for Unit 21B. One of them is a fall and has a winter season, and one is a 5-day to be announced. And 2 of those are by federal registration permits. I can give you more details if you'd like that.
And just quick follow-up, are there antler restrictions, any bull, any sex? I imagine maybe the winter hunt might be any moose, but And then the other question, is that for what, the villages like, say Ruby or Tana, Ruby, just the villages on either side of the Newentna where they, Galena, New Auto, Caltech, Kayakuk, or who all qualifies for that, do you know?
So through the chair to member Loring, so they are all one bull, the fall and then the fall and winter are both of those hunts are one bull. The winter one is an antlered bull specifically. And then the, as far as who can hunt there, residents of units 21B, 21C, Galena, Ruby, and Tanana.
Thank you very much.
Member Brett?
Yeah, and thank you. I'll just follow up with OSM on that. One, I'm almost confident that there's no non-residents applying for that. And second of all, I'd like to know what the rationale is of, on the state side, we use the term reasonable opportunity. How's a subsistence hunter putting his name in a hat on the federal side getting any reasonable opportunity to harvest his subsistence needs?
So through the chair, member Brett, just to clarify, you're wanting to know how they get the federal permits, or are you wanting to know?
I know how they get them,
Okay.
and they put their name in a hat, and some lucky subsistence user gets to eat that winter.
I would have to go in and look and see exactly how those permits are issued. I'm not seeing anything specifically about them being drawings at all or what the permit limits are, so I would have to do some checking into that. I will state that I did miss that the, I guess I didn't state it on the record, but the winter, one of the hunts is actually by state registration permit.
Thank you.
Board members, any intent for this proposal or more questions for Natalie or the department? Go ahead, James.
Yeah, Natalie, so in 2017, when the board revisited this and looked at all of the different harvest units in the hunt that were available in there, that was a hunt-by-hunt basis that they decided to make no change to the 2008 splits?
Through the chair, in 2017, the board's revision of their allocation policy was not specific to that one hunt. After the board adopted its existing allocation policy, the board then addressed a proposal to change the allocation of that hunt. At that time, the board went through everything it needed to follow the policy and voted to uphold the existing allocation.
Thank you.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't intend to support this proposal. One, I don't think I have enough information yet. We do have a percentage of applications, and I don't understand gambling and odds in a random draw. If those do parse out that those percentages would be about, what would be drawn, I somewhat hard to believe in my mind, but I could be absolutely wrong on that part. And the second thing is it's just too broad scaled. I would like to have, actual numbers of drawings and maybe do it regionally.
If there's no other discussion, I'll call the question.
Can we get someone to read the AC fallout on this proposal, please?
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 134 had 6 ACs in support, 4 opposed.
So the ACs were split on this one, board members? it's almost split down the middle on this ACs as of record, on-time AC comments. So, board members, any other questions for the, go ahead, Dave.
I just have just one more point of confusion. If I can ask Natalie one more question, I know we're maybe kind of past that, but on this slide that we have on the screen before us now, do I understand that these would be the only hunts that would be affected by this, and all the rest of them already have preset allocations? Just maybe you can help with my confusion, and I'm not quite sure. You said it, but I don't remember how that applied.
Through the chair, Member Loring, that is correct. These are the 24 moose hunts that were advertised a few months ago that have no allocation in regulation between residents and non-residents. These are the hunts that would be impacted.
Okay. And so the ones that have allocations right now, you said will not be impacted, so we're just looking at these. And other than a couple of them, the number of permits are fairly low, but there are some that are higher, some of the Fairbanks antlerless hunts, and I'm not even sure they even happen anymore, but okay, that clears me up, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, board members. For my take on this is, I think if we adopt this, it's going to be a really big change. And we have a board policy in place, so I'm not inclined to be supporting this at this time. I won't be in support of this proposal.
Call the question.
Questions been called? Christie, can you pull the board? Cost statement, please.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Right, final action on proposal 134. Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Batchel?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No,
That proposal fails 0-6. Member Fletcher recused.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt 135, allocate 10% of the big game drawing permits to non-residents.
Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded. Natalie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 135 was submitted by the public. It is asking to allocate 10% of all drawing permits to non-residents, and if fewer than 10 permits are available, no non-resident permits will be issued. The department is neutral on the allocation aspect of this proposal, but as opposed to the complexity the proposal would introduce for implementing the associated new regulations. So if you take a look at this slide, there are numerous proposals, as you just heard in the previous presentation, numerous proposals through the years have led the board to revise their non-resident hunter allocation policy. And again, that most recent version was done in 2017. And we do have allocations in regulation. Those are found in 92057 for sheep and goats, 92061 for brown bears, and 069 for moose and caribou. And on the slide, you have some of the examples. This is not an exhaustive list. Toke management area for sheep and goats in particular, there's a 90% allocation in regulation to residents and a 10% allocation to non-residents. And of that allocation to non-residents, a maximum of 50% of the non-resident permits can be awarded to non-residents accompanied by resident relatives. And these are provided as an example of the level of allocation within each of these potential hunts. And again, it's not an exhaustive list. When it comes to brown bears, we have an example for you of Kodiak brown bears, where 60% of the permits are allocated to residents and 40% are allocated to non-residents. And then within that, there's a maximum of 4 permits, not a percentage, but 4 permits can go to non-residents accompanied by resident relatives, which are awarded from the 60% resident allocation. And so this is just an example of how complicated and how precise some of the previous board actions have been on these populations. Similarly, there is an allocation for the Delta caribou herd, where 85% of the permits go to residents, 15% go to non-residents, and 50% of those non-resident permits go to guided, and 50% to non-guided. And that one in particular, the board has received proposals to change the allocation, and they did, I believe, at the last Interior Region meeting to actually change that and followed their existing policy as well. Pretty similar to the last proposal. Most allocation, again, between residents and non-residents is not by percentage or number of permits available within a single hunt. These instances, which make up the majority of the allocation between residents and non-residents, is in a different piece of regulation. And there are numerous drawing permits that are open only to residents or only to non-residents, which further complicates things. So the proposal has us looking at how the department implements these hunts. There are some hunt areas that are created using discretionary authority, where we have carved the larger hunt area that the board has put into regulation into smaller pieces to help spread harvest out over a hunt area, to help provide with maximum opportunity. Also, there are numerous hunt areas that have less than 10 permits available. So the department anticipates difficulty administering the proposed regulation, specifically when there are less than 10 permits available, because many drawing permit hunts have less than 10 permits available. For example, many goat hunts in units 7, 14, and 15 have 10 permits available. These individual hunts were created using the department's discretionary authority found in 92052, and were created specifically to allow that maximum hunting opportunity by issuing the number of permits appropriate in each survey area. In this specific example, non-resident hunting opportunity would be removed entirely, which does not appear to be the intent of the proposal. Alternatively, the new regulation could be applied to the entire hunt area, and the department would be faced with the same difficulty choosing which hunt area the few non-resident permits should be issued from. Similar to sheep, where we rotate the non-resident permit through the various hunt areas and seasons, which is not easy, not clear to the public, and not fair to the guides who have to register in those guide use areas ahead of time and attempt to obtain clients. So this proposal is for all species. So for moose permits in particular, just in this past November, December application period, there were 109 moose drawing permits advertised. Of those permits advertised, 58 were open only to residents, 27 were open only to non-residents, and 24 were open to both. And this is the slide we just spent considerable time on, so I'll spare you the details. You've been looking at that one for quite a while, but again, this is from the most recent drawing application period and is offered as an example of hunts that would be impacted by this proposal. I do want to point out that there are quite a few hunts on this slide that have less than 10 permits available. And the reason it's important to bring that up in the context of this proposal in particular are the certain hunts like DM 795, which is, I believe that's the disabled veteran hunt where we have a considerable amount of non-resident applications. That one is used heavily by wounded warriors. They assist those who are drawn with participating in that hunt, and it gets a lot of positive reviews. The board has spent a fair amount of time at various meetings shaping that hunt to what it is, and I am unaware of anyone being unhappy with that one. So just keep in mind, this proposal will undo a lot of work that the board has put into these allocations in the past. I want to take a look at some of the other species that would be impacted by this. Of the 6 bison hunts that are available, all of which are open to both residents and non-residents in 2025, the gray shading on this is only to help with readability. Hunts with fewer than 10 permits are indicated by the black box around the number of permits available. And at the time, there are 2 of those. And bison in particular, the board has addressed the allocation between residents and non-residents by the bag limit. Bag limit for residents is 1 bison every 10 years. Bag limit for non-residents is 1 per lifetime. So this is an example where the board has addressed the allocation in a way other than a set permit allocation between the 2 residents. So again, the proposal is to allocate 10% of all drawing permits to non-residents, and if fewer than 10 permits are available, no non-resident permits will be issued. The department is neutral on the allocation issue and opposed to the level of complexity the proposal would introduce for implementing the associated new regulations, and it was submitted by the public.
Thank you, Natalie. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Natalie. Just for clarification, if a non-resident wins a permit, it's once in a lifetime, not if he harvests a musk or harvests a bison. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, it is. The bag limit for bison is 1 every 10 years. It's 1 every 10 years. The permit limit for non-residents is 1 per lifetime.
It doesn't matter if they get their bag limit or not. It's the permit that they win is once in a lifetime. So beyond that, I think bison is a good slide to be at. when I was talking about percentages versus actual, permits issued. And I think, you know, like any of those bison permits, I know very few non-residents. I don't know if we annually draw a non-resident for any one of our bison hunts. Is that true?
Through the chair, actually, we usually see at least, very, very low numbers, but we do usually see at least one for Delta bison.
So that kind of goes to my point where the percentages don't really match the random draw, but, you know, that's just odds.
Member Loring?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow up on Member Barrett's question. Both this slide and also the one with all the different colors on it with the moose, you just have percentage of applications. Is percentage of actual tags drawn to residents, non-residents not available, or why weren't those numbers put before us? Would have been nice to see what the percentage of actual tags drawn were. I'm sure it's available, but it's just not here.
Through the chair, Member Loring, you know, I will take full responsibility for that one. And the reason you have this application information in front of you is because of the board's non-resident allocation policy that looks to the interest in participating in those populations.
It'd just be kind of nice to see how that skews out, you know, from the number of applications versus, is it similar or you know, what the percentages are that actually get drawn in a random draw?
Mr. Scott?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make a general comment. We've heard twice now from board members that you wanted more data. You know, given this, the previous proposal seems to me is pretty focused on a specific area. This is a statewide meeting. We could provide all that data for all the hunts that were listed in the drawing. I'd also, you know, yeah, we didn't do that. We provided you the application. You have a policy that guides the board, policy that when we were reviewing proposals, we use routinely to try to, you know, think about what you will want. I'd also mention that these A&Rs and everything else have been available for a long time. And so if there was a need for additional data, please reach out to me in the future if you feel like you're going to need something specific. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Cheryl?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I don't usually pop in on something like this, but I would just ask the board members, when you're looking at a significant change to all of these hunts on a statewide basis, that you keep in mind Article 8 of the Alaska Constitution. And that is to provide for the conservation, utilization, and development of game for the maximum benefit of the people. So that maximum benefit can be a lot of different factors, not just who gets to hunt which species, but how do these hunts impact Alaskans? And in the past, the board has looked at the people coming in from out of state and spending money in the state, providing employment. Those are factors that are certainly valid for this board to consider, as well as people coming in and viewing wildlife and the value of just seeing a moose on the side of the road when you're driving to Denali, for example. So all of these factors come into play. And then also, if you're distinguishing between two classes, residents and non-residents, what is the reason for doing so on a statewide basis on such a broad, making such a broad decision that would apply to all big game? Thank you.
Mr. Loring?
Thank you. Just clarification from Cheryl. You talked about Article 8, and you used the word people. Does it say residents, or just, what's the exact word? Does it actually say people? I haven't heard it in those terms, so if you can just clarify that, I'd appreciate it.
Through the chair, Member Loring. Section 1, Article 8, it is a policy of the state to encourage the settlement of its land and the development of its resources by making them available for maximum use consistent with the public interest. And then there's another provision in Section 2, the legislature shall provide, which they have done by delegating to the Board of Game and the Department of Fish and Game, for the utilization, development, and conservation of all natural resources belonging to the state, including land and waters, for the maximum benefit of the people, of its people.
So you can say that its people would be the residents of the state of Alaska or everybody from the United States? Its people would, to me, would be Alaska residents, right? Okay, thank you.
Board members, any more questions or intent? Member Gardner.
I think we all know it's been increasingly difficult to draw permits, but does the department know, has there been any uptick recently in non-resident applications or up or down residents versus non-residents?
Through the chair. No, the changes that we see with resident applications, it kind of mimics the non-residents. So they've been holding steady. It's been about, yep, there hasn't been much sway either direction.
Doug, Commissioner?
So I'm gonna weigh in on this. Probably crossing a line here in allocation a little bit, but my belief is that these decisions are best made on a hunt-by-hunt basis. There are many hunts in Alaska that don't have conservation issues associated with them. And when you're making a blanket decision, on a statewide basis to award things that where you have a yield that's available and that can benefit the people of Alaska by having that economic benefit of a non-resident hunting, it just seems to me to be making these decisions on a unit-by-unit or hunt-by-hunt basis is most appropriate. And my read of that Constitution is that it's in the best interest of the people of Alaska. You may decide, and you as a board have decided, that you're not going to allow henny hunting in certain areas of the state like McNeil Special Game Refuge, and you've decided that it's in the best interest of Alaska not to provide hunting opportunities there and to have wildlife viewing. So you can do this on a case-by-case basis, and you have the authority to do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Member Loring?
Thank you, Commissioner. I agree with you 100% that there are areas that don't have conservation concerns, and we should look at each hunt individually. And that one will be looked at different than one that does have conservation concerns and whether or not, what that percentage might be. So I thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Member Batchel?
Yeah, I really appreciate your comments, Commissioner and Dave Loring. This is a trend across the West to ratchet down on the number of non-residents. I apply for tags all over the West, and I know how complicated these things get. But I think that with the tack that we've taken in Alaska and previous board decisions, that this needs to be done on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you, James. Member Wood?
I thank law for bringing forward Article 8 to the attention of the board, because all too often, not only this board, but other boards, they seem to forget what the provisions are that we're operating under. And it doesn't happen often enough, but I do agree with the commissioners, not only his statement of what the status is, but his conclusion as well. And that's what's driving my no votes on several of these. So, thank you.
Member Loring?
Just one short comment before we vote. We've already heard testimony from different folks that there's a current court case dealing with allocation, and it's at our highest court now. So I'm sure what the ramifications of that might be, whichever side wins, may be directing us in the future on some way that we proceed. So just have to all kind of wait and see. But that doesn't apply here at this point. This is something that's in front of us now that has nothing to do with, but it may in the future. Thank you.
Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just looking, again, refreshing my memory on non-resident guide. non-resident hunter guide policy, there's many references and in keeping in context with who wrote those policies back in their day, we're generally leaning to regional areas and Pacific hunts. And they have preferences granted by the state in the following order. They have four points they had made in there. So, keeping that policy in context, I don't think they imagined us to, it would be hard to follow this policy and put it on a statewide level and just carpet blank cookie cutter at 10% for all non-residents. I don't think it applies, like others had said, to the constitutionality of that also. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Members, I think we're getting close here to, questions have been called. Christie, can you pull the board? Cost statement, please.
The board's heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Final action on proposal 135. Mr. Loring.
No.
Mr. Barrett.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Mr. Wood.
No.
Mr. Batesville.
No.
Mr. Gardner.
No.
Did I skip anybody except our chair? That proposal fails 0-6 with member Fletcher recused.
Okay, guys, the chairman's returning here, and then we'll proceed as normal. Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 136, limit bison and muskox drawing permit hunts to once in a lifetime and allow applicants to apply once per hunt.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Natalie?
Mr. Chairman, you
Derek.
get me. So, good morning, Chairman Fletcher and members of the board. My name is Darren Bruning, Deputy Director of the Division of Wildlife Conservation. This presentation can be found in RC4, tab 11. I'm presenting on Proposal 136. It's a public proposal to limit bison and muskox drawing permit hunts to once in a lifetime and only allow applicants to apply once per hunt. The department is neutral on this proposal. This proposal would limit a person to being able to win a bison and muskox drawing permit hunt only once in a lifetime and only allow applicants to apply for one drawing permit hunt for bison and one drawing permit hunt for muskox per application period. Current regulations include that applicants may submit up to 6 applications per species per regulatory year, and applicants may apply for the same hunt more than once. And so, since they can submit 6 applications, they can choose to use all of those choices for one species. So all 6 choices per species can be for one hunt. Also, no more than 2 hunters may apply as a party, whether they are from the same household or not. And the number of permits that may be issued per household are not limited. Application fee is set by the legislature, and it is in statute, and that is $10 per choice for bison and for muskox. And so applicants would be spending a maximum of $60 for bison applications and $60 for muskox applications. And the application fee is the same for residents and non-residents. A resident who is awarded a bison drawing permit is ineligible to apply for 10 years. And the bag limit for a resident is 1 bison every 10 regulatory years. A non-resident hunter may harvest 1 bison by drawing permit with 1 permit per lifetime. And a regulation that does apply to muskox, but it does not apply to bison, is that a person cannot be awarded a permit for the same drawing hunt 2 years in a row. And again, that applies to muskox in this case. If adopted, this proposal would eliminate the eligibility of a resident to win more than one bison and/or muskox permit in a lifetime. Also, it would align resident eligibility with that of non-residents, and it would require adjusting administration of the drawing process for bison and muskox permits. There have been bison hunts in Alaska since 1950. And since the year 2000, there have been 3,852 bison drawing permits awarded. 63 individuals during that time frame, which is 1.6% of the applicants, have drawn more than one permit. And 2 of these 63 may have drawn 3 permits. Approximately 140 permits could have been drawn by members of the same household in that time frame. The average number of annual applications for bison permits since 2000 is 28,712. And this was a high of 56,226 applications in 2023 and a low of 11,549 applications in 2006. In January 2008, the Board of Game approved changing bison permit eligibility for residents from 1 permit every 5 years to 1 permit every 10 years. And also approved changing the eligibility for non-residents to 1 permit per lifetime. Since this change went into effect in regulatory year 2009, 19 individuals have won more than 1 bison permit. And out of those 19, 16 were residents and 3 were non-residents. For your information, this table depicts a 5-year average of the number of permits, the harvest, and the hunter success for the Farewell, Delta, Chitna, and Copper River Plains bison herds. The first 2 hunts, the DI 352 and DI 35, they're both DI 352, but that's the Farewell herd, the first 2 hunts. And the 5-year average number of permits is 30. The next 2 hunts, DI 403 and DI 404, that's the Delta herd. The 5-year average number of permits is just under 100. And DI 450 is the Chitna herd, and the 5-year average of permits is 2. And DI 454 is the Copper River herd. The 5-year average number of permits is 24. In relation to muskox, the first muskox drawing permit hunt was authorized in 1974. However, it should be noted that non-subsistence harvest opportunities for muskox have been limited. 1,537 muskox drawing permits have been awarded since 2000. 59 individuals, which is less than 4%, have drawn more than 1 time. 5 of those 59 may have drawn 3 muskox permits. Approximately 82 permits could have been drawn from members of the same household. And 4,243 is the average number of annual applications for muskox permits since 2000, with a high of 18,352 in 2023 and a low of 1,011 in 2005. This table depicts the number of permits, the harvest, and the hunter success for muskox drawing hunts. The values for Unit 18 are 5-year averages. However, the values for the 21D and 24D hunt is a 3-year average, because that's as long as the hunt has been in existence. And the value for the DX 112 that's just 1 year of data. And the following are other pertinent considerations for this proposal. The drawing hunt application fee for bison and muskox is $10. There have been 56,182 applications for bison drawing permits for regulatory year 2024. There were 18,339 applications for muskox drawing permits in regulatory year 2024. The department has no expectation of conservation concern caused if this proposal were adopted. And again, the application fees for drawing permits are set by the legislature, and the board does not have authority to increase those fees. Proposal 136 is a public proposal to limit bison and muskox drawing permit hunts to once in a lifetime and only allow applicants to apply once per hunt. And the department recommendation is neutral. Questions?
Darren, I want to give you a compliment. That's a very good synopsis and overview there. Questions from board members? Member Wood.
What's the rationale of limiting the number of times you can apply for a permit if what you're trying to do is simply, if you've got the permit, that be your once in a lifetime?
Through the chair to Member Wood, I can't speak for the proponent. However, I would offer that I believe the proponent feels that that somehow is making it more fair across the board, that you only get, everyone just gets to apply once, as opposed to people can choose up to 6 times to apply for a hunt. So again, that's me projecting what I believe the proponent may mean, but I don't know that for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Other board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, thanks for your presentation and a lot of data there. I understand that fees are a legislative purview, but the number of applications, it went up from just 1 per species to 6. Is that that was a board or a department decision, is that correct?
To the chair, Member Loring, that was a board decision, and that is currently in regulation.
Okay.
You know, I don't normally weigh in this early, but I'm just going to get my thoughts out here. I don't think I can bring myself to support this proposal for, you know, a scenario like a hunter pulls a bison tag and her husband breaks his arm. So she's got to stay home and move snow and feed the fire, saying that you're excluded forever trying to participate in that hunt. I don't think I can get behind. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another way that I had looked at it was, you know, if you had 56,000 applicants last year and you accepted no more applicants till all those were filled, it would take 351 years to go through all those applicants. And the same for muskox. You know, if there was 18,300 some permits issued or applications this year, and you allowed no more permits that, or applications to ever be put in, it'd take you 321 years to get through. And those numbers are slightly off because, you know, there's, you know, party hunts and there's, you know, up to 6 chances. But it gives you an idea that statistically you're not increasing anybody's odds by, you know, having a once in a lifetime. And Member Fletcher made a great comment too.
Member Loring.
I want to comment on the number of permits. He wants to go down just 1 application per hunting or per draw. If you look at the back of our permit drawing supplement, it shows each hunt and what the permits that were issued in 2024 and the percentage chance of being drawn. And for both bison and muskox, it's pretty dismal, and we all know that. A lot of applications and very few permits. And so by reducing it from 6 to 1, your odds are still going to be less than 1% on every one of them. It doesn't really matter how many you put. Maybe you put 100 in, you might have a 1% chance on a couple of the bison permits. But so I don't see that it's going to. I understand his rationale there, but in practice, it's not going to change the chances of actually drawing by having 6 permits versus 1 permit.
Thanks for that. Any further discussion from board members? Member Batesville.
Yeah, when you talk about the number of applicants is that individuals who applied, or is that individuals that, if they applied 6 times, does that count as 6 applicants?
Through the chair, Member Batchel, the information that you were shown that says the number of applications received is not individual applicants. So that includes the people who put in for each hunt 6 times. That is the total number of tickets in the hat for that hunt.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions, comments from board members? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call for the question.
The question's been called.
Board's heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you poll the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 136. Mr. Garner?
No.
Mr. Batchel?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Proposal fails 0 to 7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 137, change the drawing hunt permit process.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All right, now we're back to Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 137 was submitted by the public, and it's asking to change the drawing permit award process, and the department is neutral on the proposal. So we've talked about a fair amount of this, but just to make sure we're all on the same page, most of the drawing permit process is in Regulation 92050, and it includes items such as persons may apply individually or as a party, no more than 2 hunters together. Current or future year hunting license is required at the time of application. I'm talking about fees. The fee for a bison and muskox drawing application is $10. All other species are $5. Applicants can submit 6 applications per species, and all 6 of those choices can be for 1 hunt. And there are also, in addition to those, there are hunt level restrictions, and there are also species level restrictions that the board has put in place. When we talk about hunt level restrictions, I mean things like the Kayakut controlled use area, where applicants may only submit 1 application for a hunt. Also in the same area, if you received a drawing permit last year for any of those hunts, you cannot win any of them this year. 21E moose in particular, you can only apply for 1 hunt, but not both. 19C farewell is the same deal. You can only apply for 1 of those hunts, but not both of them. And also, in addition to these, applicants in all hunts cannot win the same hunt 2 years in a row. There are also, and that was not an exhaustive list, and neither is this one. There are a lot of regulations that go with our current allocation, or not allocation, our current award process for drawing permits. So you want to talk about some species level restrictions as an example. Applicants can only win 1 permit per species. Kodiak brown bear, guided non-residents can only apply for 1 hunt and may only submit 1 application per season. Bison residents can only win 1 bison permit every 10 years, and non-residents can only win 1 bison permit per lifetime. Some other restrictions to keep in mind that are not necessarily specific to the drawing application process. For sheep, the non-resident bag limit is 1 every 4 regulatory years. So not only could they not win the same hunt 2 years in a row, they can only harvest 1 sheep every 4 years. Similarly, 40-mile caribou youth hunt, this board has said that only 1 caribou can be harvested from that hunt per lifetime. The same is true for the 20 Delta youth moose hunt. This board has said that only 1 moose per lifetime can be harvested from that hunt. So there are lots of restrictions already in place. This is just to provide the board with some information on popular hunts from these species. The data is 1 year old. It's from the 2024 drawing application process, which took place in November, December of 2023. And it's just to provide the board an example of some of these popular hunts for the species. DB 376, Spring Unimak Island Hunt, the department received 837 applications. Again, those are not individual people, that's the total number of applications received. There were 8 permits available and 1% chance of being drawn. Delta Caribou, same, 15,700 some odd applications received for 100 permits, for 150 permits, so again, 1% chance. Elk on Raspberry Island, 3,700 applications received for 6 permits. Goat, Deer Mountain in Southeast, 3,100 applications received for 23 permits. Delta Junction Bison, we've talked a lot about that. We received just shy of 33,000 applications for 65 permits. antlerless moose on the Connect River, bringing it back down to the South Central, we received almost 9,500 applications for those 25 permits. Tokchi had to throw them in here. DS 102, 4,500 applications for a chance at 10 permits. And then one of our newer hunts, DX 112, that is 26B East, road accessible muskox hunt, 9,000 applications for 4 permits. And this is just to provide you an example of just how when we talk about these popular hunts, these are hunts that have the most number of applications for this in particular example during the year. So the proposal itself is offering some ideas for consideration, and I applaud the proponent for really thinking outside the box in terms of how to help this board maybe consider some ideas for spreading out these drawing permits and how they are awarded to people to spread the love, if you will. It suggests or discusses increasing the waiting period by species if successful in harvest and or draw. And what I mean by that is, you cannot win the same permit 2 years in a row. You can't win it this year and next year. Maybe the proponent is suggesting that the board consider changing that to 3 years or 4 years or 5 years or some additional lengthier time frame in between winning those things. And the same is also true for harvest. Bison for residents, you can only harvest 1 bison every 10 years. Maybe the proponent's asking that the board consider that same type of bag limit restriction or change for some of the other species. Another suggestion from the proposal is to reduce the number of applications that can be submitted per species. Just to keep in mind, the board increased that from 3 per species and only 1 per hunt back in 2016. So prior to 2016, applicants were limited to putting in 3 hunt choices and only 1 choice per hunt. The board did change that to address the will of the public at the time, who had been submitting proposals to change that to what it is now, which is the 6 per species, and all 6 can be for 1 hunt. A way, if you will, for the public to kind of put all your eggs in one basket. The proposal is also offering a suggestion to restrict the number of applicants to applying for bison or muskox, maybe caribou or elk, and or sheep or goat. And it's my understanding that the thought behind that is if someone is lucky enough to win a hunt for numerous species, maybe they don't have the ability to hunt all of those species in a given year. And we all know, most of us hunt, most of us throw our names in the hat. How awful is it when someone doesn't utilize one of those drawing permits? So this particular suggestion or offer is a way to maybe help spread that around so that all these drawing permits might have a possibility of going used. The proposal also suggests maybe reducing the resident bag limit for bison to once in a lifetime in harvest as well, not in permit, not in the chance to draw the permit, but if you do harvest 1 in a lifetime, then you're taking yourself out of the pool. It also offers an increase in opportunity for additional registration hunts with quotas as an alternative to drawing permit hunts. This board has long struggled with offering non-resident hunting opportunity on a quota because of the logistics involved in terms of booking outfitters or guides or transportation to an area only to get there and find that the quotas has already been reached and you are done hunting sometimes before you even get a chance to hunt. It's my understanding that this is offered as an option for an alternative to those drawing hunts, maybe in places where it's easier for residents to participate in those hunts. The department has long said that we really appreciate truth in advertising, if you will. And I mentioned that we could say there is a registration hunt that's open for, month-long season, but in reality, the quota might be 2 animals. So is that hunt really open an entire month, or is it possibly only open for a week? So we really want to make sure that whatever the board does, the public is very clear on what their opportunity will look like. And so some other options that were considered in the proposal are the possibility of a bonus point system when it comes to applying for these drawing permit hunts. Also, there was a thought about having some separate hunts available for long-time applicants, and I do not have the details fleshed out. That's something that the board will need to wrestle with. Some of the options that the proponent rejected, which I really appreciate, they've been around, they've been paying attention to the process for a long time. They did not want to offer an idea of preference points. They understand the difficulty there and the hangups associated with that. And they also were not interested in once-in-a-lifetime permits if they were unsuccessful. A lot of these, as you've seen in the application numbers that we've had for you, residents by far outweigh non-resident applicants in these hunts, and so they were not interested in removing the opportunity, as Chair Fletcher mentioned a few moments ago. And they also were not interested in particular for longer waiting periods for moose drawing permit hunts. And I apologize, I don't have the specific rationale behind that one. But again, I know we've covered a lot, and this is more of a discussion. We really don't have data for you on this one. It's something for the board to wrestle with. The proposal is to change the drawing permit award process. And the department is neutral, and it was submitted by the public.
Thanks for that, Natalie. And then in your presentation there, I really appreciate, because there's some nuances in this that I'd failed to consider whenever I was personally going to recuse myself from something, and you hit on a couple of those. So at this point, it isn't appropriate for me to sit here. I'm going to hand off the gavel to Vice Chair and appoint Member Barrett again.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Natalie. You covered one heck of a lot. The way I look at this proposal, I'm not sure other board members look at it, is this is a list of options that I think this proposer would like to see the board look at, but maybe not today. That this is something that he's putting out there for other members of the public, other advisory committees, maybe even the department, to come back to us with individual proposals dealing with each one of his thoughts. It's so complex, and if we take each one of them and deliberate on, and a lot of his points are super good, and some are maybe not quite as good in my mind, but my thought is that this proposal is a suggestion to the rest of the public to bring specific proposals on each specific subject back to the board. Thank you.
Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hoffman. I probably wouldn't task the department to do all that. I think I started seeing this stuff about 2008, 2010-ish was the first time I, as an AC member, started working when I'd see proposals, and I think they were primarily then focused on a point system. And ever since then, I've seen most of these, even the unique hunter identification number, the department even tried. Mine's 6,444, so I was one of the early ones. You know, which didn't work, didn't pan out. It was something they did try already. All these options, if you put them to paper and pen and do the numbers on them, there's no advantage, there's no statistical advantage that you're going to gain by having any of these or working with either one of these on here. They're not unique. Like I said, I've seen them coming around since, you know, the 2010-ish era, and there's always been different ones. And so I don't think any of these, and that's what his proposal is addressing. I think I asked a member or two from the public on what they thought was the best option, because he gave us at least 6 options here, and they didn't figure one out neither, so they were just leaving it up to the board. So that's my experience with trying to massage the drawing permit system that would somehow increase or give an advantage to applicants, you know, or increase their success rate on their applications.
Deputy Ryan.
At one time, I was member director, so that's good. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Member Barrett for his comments on that. He's certainly seen way more of these, but it's very complex. When this first came out, like Member Barrett mentioned, I frankly focused on the bonus point and the preference point aspect of it, and really got a little bit of tunnel vision on it. So I tasked my programmers to come up with an estimate on what it would take to do something like that. And, you know, the author has rejected those, and so it's a little bit moot. But they got so nervous they wouldn't tell me a dollar figure. They gave it to me in hours. And I don't know how much per hour it would take. I just did it at $150 an hour. That's probably a pipe dream. You know, that's $240,000 to $315,000. $250 an hour, it's $400,000 to $520,000. I suspect I'm undershooting quite a bit. But one thing I did do was reach out to several Western state wildlife chiefs and talk to them about their programs. And they come in all varieties. Many of these are actually applicable in other places. Without fail, they patted us on the back and said, yep, it's tough, the probability and the odds for some of these hunts, bison, toke sheep, things like that. Boy, if you can stay out of some of the realms of preference points, bonus points, other, side options, it'll just, I mean, they've all come back, they thought they had the holy grail, and then they come back and have the same conversation. I'm not saying that we shouldn't try some of these, and if the board wants us to look into them, or other authors, I encourage that, for sure. It's just trying to relay just how complex it really can get. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, George Pabst, Assistance. I do have personal experience in the preference point process in lower 48. And just to give you a heads up, this is an interesting scenario that a lot of guys were not expecting to run into in Colorado for the Shires Moose process. I think the average person puts in 35 to 39 years to get a permit. And I was in a moose camp once with 6 clients, 6 guy clients, and the average age was 85 years old. And the guy didn't know what to do. No one can get on a horse, no one can run a four-wheeler. And it was very difficult, and I believe the success rate was, I think they got maybe 3 out of 6. Just happened to see something driving by the road and get out of the car. So it was a different business model that he had to adjust to, not be able to have action-packed moose hunters to go chase animals. So just something interesting that if you do go to something on a bison, my assumption is the average age for drawing will be back 105 here coming up. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, George. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, there are a couple of the options that I would like to see more about, but again, I'd request the public to put them in as individual proposals at the appropriate time, and then we can look at those and Fish and Game can decide and go through the advisory committee process and everything else on that. Like the waiting period, right now it's 2 years, maybe make it 3. I mean, something like that I would entertain, but this proposal as written, I can't support it this time, so it's just too complex, there's just too much going on, and we just don't have the information in front of us that would help us with making a good decision on that. Thank you.
Member Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like the proposal from the ideas of outside-the-box thinking and providing multiple options and alternatives to issues. I kind of took it and chopped it up, seeing the first 6 options presented as being higher priority. Xing out a few of them, what really resonated with me was 4 and 5. And I'll talk about each one individually. I think the reducing the resident bag limit for bison once successful would probably be a pretty easy implementation. Majority of applicants are residents. And to be successful and achieve harvesting a bison once in a lifetime would be a magnificent goal. So I thought that one had a little bit of traction with me. Number 4, I have a question for the department on how hard it would be to implement, and you gave a perfect example, Natalie. We all know the people, you put in, everybody gets excited, puts in for every tag possible that they can pull, and if you're lucky enough, you draw a caribou, a moose, and a sheep. As there's the ability to put preference, first, second, third, is the department have ability to award, say an individual is awarded all 3 of those tags under the current structure. Is there ability to limit that to 1 tag as a preference?
Through the chair, as you can imagine, we have had many, many discussions internally about how we could make this better, how we could do these kinds of things, and how difficult some of them would be. We currently do not have that ability. It's one of the things that we have looked at as might be less difficult to implement than some of the other creative ideas we've heard through the years. And just to be clear, I am speaking to a preference by species for drawing applications. We all put in for numerous species, but there's that one we really, really want. So we've discussed it. We do not have a specific dollar amount or time frame where we could implement a change like that. But we do think that that is one that would be a lot less onerous than some of the other ideas.
Yeah, I would echo the comments previously. I think the thought is fantastic. Maybe some pulled out and individual proposals with additional information in the future.
James?
Yeah, I play the preference point and bonus point thing down south and have for 25 years, and I'm going to be in that 85-year category if I ever get lucky enough to draw anything based on point creep. And I'm in it so far now, I dare not back out of it, so it's kind of a catch-22. And if you take the proposals or the popular hunts that you listed there, and even with a 1 or 2 year wait, it really doesn't change that 1% chance. And I agree with Dave that I think these should come back as individual proposals for individual species or processes and should be addressed at some time in the future.
Thank you. Board members, we getting close here? We're
Call the question.
Questions are called.
The board's heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Final action on proposal 137. Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Mr. Barrett.
No.
Mr. Loring.
No.
Mr. Garner.
No.
Mr. Batesdale.
No.
Mr. Wood.
No.
Proposal fails 0-6. Chairman Fletcher recused on that one.
Before I relinquish the chairmanship, I think I'm going to declare a quick break. 15 minutes? Is that acceptable?
Hey, no, I'm not the Back, everybody. I think we're ready to get back into the proposals here and deliberations.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 138, remove the requirement for a locking tag in a subsistence hunts for muskox.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 138 was submitted by the department. It's asking to remove the requirement for a locking tag in subsistence hunts for muskox. We submitted it and we support it. There are 2 resident big game tags required in statute, brown bears and muskox. The legislature gave the board the authority to eliminate the resident tag and fee requirement for all or a portion of a game management unit for brown bears, and the brown bear tag fee exemption requires annual reauthorization by the board. The legislature gave the board the authority to reduce or eliminate the resident tag and fee for muskox, and this does not require annual reauthorization. The board has used this authority to set the resident tag fee for hunting muskox on Nunivak and Nelson Islands, both of which have a negative customary and traditional use finding, so they're not subsistence hunts, at $25. The board has waived the resident tag fee for subsistence muskox hunting, but has not waived the requirement altogether. It is unclear if the department ever issued any tags to subsistence hunters at a cost of $0 to those hunters, but right now, and for the last many, many years, the department has not been issuing these tags. Adoption of the proposal will make it clear that not only is there no fee for subsistence muskox hunting, there's also no tag required. So if you take a look at the slide, the change that you see in the yellow text and the stuff that's crossed out is the actual change that we are asking for. The department implemented the existing regulation in error by telling subsistence permit holders that a locking tag was not required, as opposed to having to make tags available to them at no cost. All subsistence muskox hunting is by permit only, so hunters are made aware of reporting, salvage, and trophy destruction requirements when they obtain their permit. There is no benefit to the hunter or to the department by requiring the successful hunter affix a locking tag to their animal after they harvest it. In RY 24, 73 Tier 2 muskox permits were issued, and the 5-year average number of permits available or issued in the past is 54 per year, so we're talking about 50 people. The department was able to open a registration subsistence muskox hunt in 26B, east of the Dalton Highway Corridor Management Area, for the first time in many years in 2023, and this is the second year the hunt has been open, and both years only 4 permits were issued for that. While there aren't many people that obtain subsistence muskox permits annually, it would be nice not to require them to have a locking tag that does not benefit us or them. So again, this proposal was submitted by the department to remove the requirement for a locking tag in subsistence hunts for muskox. One of the issues that the department had when looking at the tag requirement with $0 is how we make those available to them. The tags are ordered by our headquarters office in Juneau. People can obtain locking tags by placing an online order, which itself presents some trickiness when it comes to muskox in particular because of the different fees associated with it. In some cases, a muskox locking tag would be $500, in some cases $25 like we just heard, or these subsistence hunts, $0. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to send subsistence users to our online store, if you will, and require them to purchase a tag for $0. It gets pretty difficult trying to figure out how to make sure the right people get the right tags. And again, these are subsistence hunters. Once they receive their permit in the mail, there's some difficulty there with trying to get them that locking tag that they are required to obtain. We could send it to them, but again, there's no benefit to the hunters or to the department in having them have that tag. As far as enforcement goes, if they have the permit, they are able to take that animal that is stated on that permit. So there really isn't any additional enforcement benefit to having this tag in their possession either. So really, we're trying to clean things up for subsistence hunters in terms of the regulations. And the department did err in not having them purchase the tags to begin with, but this is one of those that there really, again, there was no benefit to the department or the hunters. So to keep things easy and clean, we did not implement that part of it. And I don't know how long it's been that way, but it has been very many years. So we're just trying to clean up some of the regulations and make things easier and clearer for everybody involved. And with that, if you have any questions.
Thanks for that. And, my experience, you normally you have to carry like a locking tag in your tag record. Is that the same for this hunt as well, or is it just the tag?
To the chair, there could be a piece of statute that requires the locking tag, such as the ones you're familiar with, but I don't know in this case. I believe the record gets issued with every tag, but again, for muskox, because we haven't implemented this, I don't know for sure what the requirement is.
Thanks for that. Member Loring.
Thank you. That was pretty clear and concise presentation. I appreciate that. I guess just for clarification, are these locking tags currently that are required now only for certain subsistence muskox hunts, like maybe Nelson and, because I did a subsistence hunt a while back on the Shore Peninsula that all I had to get was a registration permit and then trophy destruction, but no tags were involved then. So was this a statewide subsistence or just certain spots?
Through the chair, Member Loring. So again, this is a regulation that's currently on the books that has not been implemented. So the requirement exists, but the department is not issuing any of these tags. So hopefully that answers the.
Just a quick follow-up.
Oh, sure.
So that would mean that we just become consistent with whatever else is out there. It's just no tags any place as far as, but still require registration permit, I assume, and then destruction, trophy destruction at some point.
Through the chair, this would not change the requirement for the resident tags on Nunivak and Nelson Island that I mentioned earlier. It wouldn't change anything else. It would just, actually, in effect, subsistence hunters would not even notice the change. This is just asking to remove some words in the big book that are not implemented.
Okay, that's pretty straightforward. Thank you.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you're just asking us to do this housekeeping to make something lawful that you haven't been doing prior to this.
Through the chair, we're people too.
Other board members, questions, comments? I think it's a pretty straightforward proposal.
I intend to support that, Mr. Chairman. It's more or less a housekeeping issue.
Thanks for that. Any other questions, comments? I think this is pretty straightforward presentation. For that, I think we're ready for the question.
Call a question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 138. Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Batchel?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 188, where the DI 403 and the DI 404 permit recipients whose tags were canceled on July 24, 2024, the same hunting permits for an upcoming season, and develop a plan with ADF&G to ensure late season changes do not impact hunters.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department.
Thank you, Chairman Fletcher. First, I'd like to also introduce next to me on my left, Lincoln Perrett. Lincoln is the Region 3 Supervisor. That's the Interior and Eastern Arctic region. This presentation can be found in RC4, tab 11. And I am presenting to you a proposal 188, a public proposal to transfer regulatory year 24 DI 403 and DI 404 permits that were revoked to the same recipients for regulatory year 2026. DI 403 and DI 404 are Delta bison permits. Additionally, this proposal is to develop a plan with the Department of Fish and Game to ensure late season changes do not impact hunters. The department supports this proposal. This proposal would allow a permittee who had their Unit 20D bison permit revoked for regulatory year 2024 to have the permit transferred to regulatory year 2026 upon request. Additionally, for consideration, absent the transfer of permits across regulatory years, the department would like the board to consider lifting the lifetime and 10-year loss of eligibility for those hunters that were awarded permits that were subsequently revoked allowing those hunters to begin applying for bison drawing hunt permits again. Current pertinent regulations, 5 AAC 92050A4H. A resident who is a successful applicant for a bison drawing permit hunt is ineligible to apply for another bison drawing permit for 10 years. A non-resident who is a successful applicant for a bison drawing permit hunt is ineligible to apply for another bison drawing permit. If adopted, this proposal would allow a permittee with a revoked regulatory year 24 Unit 20D bison permit to have that permit transferred to RY 26 upon request, or remove the lifetime and 10-year loss of eligibility for those permittees with revoked regulatory year 24 Unit 20D bison permits. Some background information that applies to this proposal. There is low natural mortality in the Delta bison herd, and by this, there's low non-hunting mortality for these bison. However, when infrequent natural mortality events occur, such as the winter of 21-22, permit numbers or hunt conditions might need to be changed. The department is often unaware of the degree of mortality until after permits have been awarded each year. Mortality event in the spring of 2024 also contributed to the potential for unsustainable harvest. And this was a minimum of 35 bison, assumed that they fell through the ice on a small pond and drowned. Post-calving surveys were conducted in the summer of 2024, and after the surveys, it was recognized that there was a need to reduce the number of permits and have a bull-only bag limit. At that time, it was recognized that the number of adults in that population was below the population objective. So occasionally there are scenarios where the department must retract permits or eliminate a hunt entirely. In the drawing permit hunt supplement, applicants are informed that the number of permits actually issued may be adjusted up or down depending on the outcome of the most recent population surveys. And again, many of these surveys are not completed until after the publication of the supplement. The Delta bison hunt has many unique attributes. It's a very highly sought after hunt. It's very difficult to draw. In RY 24, there were 41,887 applications for 135 permits. And also it carries with it a lifetime or a 10-year moratorium, depending upon residency, on reapplying after winning a permit. It is unusual to win and then lose a permit such as this. The department adjusts permits and bag limits annually to manage for approximately 360 adults post-hunt. By reducing the overall number of permitted hunters, the department has addressed the conservation concern. The proposal addresses allocation of permits, but is only associated with a limited number of permits for a limited period of time. This is a novel circumstance, and it requires timely action if permits are to be deferred to a later regulatory year. If no action is taken, permit winners that had permits revoked will be unable to hunt and may not have the chance again, even if allowed to reapply. And the number of permits that were revoked were 55. For some historical reference, during the pandemic, bear hunts were authorized to be moved to future years. There were 549 impacted hunters, and that resulted in 428 permits being transferred to a later time. The original hunts were scheduled for the spring of calendar year 2020, and all of the transferred bear hunts concluded by the spring of calendar year 2022. And during that time, the transfer of permits for any other species was not considered. Many of the Delta bison hunters that had permits revoked have expressed a preference to hunt in a different year rather than have hunt conditions drastically altered. To address the proponent's suggestion of developing a plan to ensure late season changes do not impact hunters, the department is considering advertising a more conservative number of permits in the drawing permit supplement, which may mitigate this issue moving forward. Also, if this proposal were to be adopted to transfer permits to a later time, the number of new permits for the Delta bison hunts for regulatory year 2026 would be decreased. So if this proposal were adopted, 5 AAC 92050A6 would then read, under E, a permittee who had their Unit 20D bison permit revoked for regulatory year 2024 may, upon request, have the permit transferred to regulatory year 2026. But if permits are not transferred, the department requests the board to consider lifting the lifetime and 10-year eligibility loss. Along with that, we have suggested a new wording in subparagraph to 5 AAC 92050A4H. And I'll read that suggested language. It's in bold on this slide. It would be added under I. However, a resident who had their Unit 20D bison permit revoked for regulatory year 2024 is eligible to apply for another bison drawing permit for regulatory year 2026. And a non-resident who had their Unit 20D bison permit revoked for regulatory year 2024 is eligible to apply for another bison drawing permit. This is Proposal 188, a public proposal to transfer regulatory year 2024 DI 403 and DI 404 Delta bison permits that were revoked to the same recipients for regulatory year 2026 and develop a plan with the Department of Fish and Game to ensure late season changes do not impact hunters. The department supports this proposal. And we are ready for questions.
Hey, thanks a ton for that. I guess I'll start off with one. During public testimony, we had one of these recipients come in here and he said, I'd like to ask questions from the department. And I said it definitely was not appropriate at this time, to ask questions. It was their time to speak. But do you think you could clarify and put on the record how you decided which recipients that received this Delta bison permit received those and which ones did not for that regulatory year?
For the chair, the department looked at the allocation order of those drawing permits. When a person applies for a permit, they're they are assigned a random number. They're randomized. The top X number of winners, if you will, are the ones who receive permits. So we simply went to the bottom of the list, if you will, and that was how we decided which ones, unfortunately, would have their permits revoked.
Thanks for that. I just want to clarify that. Other board members' questions? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's the explanation I was told when I was brought up, before a board meeting. And when I looked at it, I was curious on, that was one way I guess you could have done it. The other way I was looking at is applicants had a choice between a cow hunt and a bull hunt. And the hunt went to bulls only. And I was curious why all the applicants that chose to hunt a bull didn't get their permit.
Through the chairman to Member Barrett, I'll start tackling that, and then we may have to funnel down what you're looking for. So for RY 24 hunt, there were originally either sex permits and cow
Or
permits.
either, yeah.
Yeah, and So when, as Natalie described, that the bottom, we worked from the bottom up, we tried to divide the number of permits that we needed to revoke in half and take roughly half from the either sex hunt and the half from the cow hunt. However, also to address the conservation concern, those permits, it was necessary to make them all bull permits to address the conservation concern. Does that address what you asked? Thank you.
Other board members' questions? Comments? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for your presentation. So there were 55 permits that were revoked from what I understood. And this proposal asks those permits to be reinstated in FY '26, or RY '26, I'm sorry. Do we expect to have 55 permits available? So if we don't, which I don't think we will, how are we gonna break those up? And what has the department looked at as far as a plan within the department on how to reallocate those to additional years?
Through the chair to Member Loring, we would anticipate in a normal year, 2 years from now, that we could accommodate 55 permits. Whether they are any sex or any bull would probably be more of a question. It depends on how this hunt this year is happening. We manage that hunt on a very fine line. We try to manage it within a very narrow window of abundance and a very narrow window of sex ratios, and so we try to allocate those permits, down to just very small numbers, So I would think that in FY '26, again, absent anything very unusual, we'd be able to accommodate them.
And so if you do that, then the regular, normal application people would not even have a chance. Everything would be allocated to these folks. So you would just eliminate any drawing permit process for, you or I that didn't have one of those. We'd just be out of luck. We couldn't even apply. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Member Loring, not necessarily, although it's possible. In a lot of years, if that population is around 360 post hunt and they give birth to 100 calves, we anticipate trying to kill 100 animals, basically harvest 100 animals. And so it's quite possible, for example, that if 55 permits went forward, there might be 20 available. Obviously, I can't guarantee that number, but it's quite possible that there would be some number available in addition to those carried over.
Did the department in your discussions, leading up to this, talk about splitting this reallocation to 3 years, breaking it down maybe to about 18.3 permits per year or whatever it is, and still give the folks that had their permits revoked an opportunity over a 3-year period and maybe issue those out by lottery or however, and then still have a opportunity for the other people that, didn't have this happen to them, have a little better chance? Was that talked about?
Through the chair, Member Loring, we didn't talk about that. You have some of those moments where you're like, I wish I would have thought of that. So I really appreciate the public testimony we got along those lines. We focused on doing it in one shot and, getting through it, but really breaking it up. We have experience doing this now, so these guys might get mad at me, but I don't think it'll be a huge issue if it is broken up over, a number of years.
Thank you. I'll just listen to other comments.
Yeah, in an effort here to kind of focus this down, it's my feeling at a bare minimum that we need to lift the lifetime and the 10-year eligibility, like at a bare minimum. So if we could focus the discussion from the board members on that specific aspect, and if we can, agree on that, then we can move on to the next element. Member Loring.
Thank you. I agree with that. And just for clarification, that removal of the lifetime and the 10-year only applies if we don't do anything else. So if we don't reallocate those permits to a future date, then we would be revoking that. If we do reallocate, then that lifetime and 10-year would still be in place. Is that correct?
through the chairman, to Member Loring, that is the intention of the proposal, or that is the intention of that statement, is to take those individuals who had permits revoked, and we suggested if permits were not transferred, for the board to consider removing those limits to eligibility for those individuals who had permits revoked.
That would be my understanding as well.
Okay, just, okay, so that really helps, thank you.
Other board members, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Has the department ever been faced with a situation like this or one similar? And what did they do on those ones?
Director Scott.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Barrett. You know, it's apples and oranges. Of course, you're aware of the COVID hunts, where, because of difficulties of people getting to the state to hunt during those periods, we did transfer bear permits, specifically. I'm trying to think of other, though, like natural occurrence, situations. I am not aware of us doing it, along those lines, but again, the COVID period and the restrictions on travel did lead the board to make that decision for bears.
Lincoln.
To the chair, to Member Brett, I'm going to answer this question, but I'm not sure it's exactly the one you're asking. We dealt with this previously with Delta bison, and we dealt with it differently, if that's what you mean. Or are you speaking specifically about we had to take permits away?
No, I remember the Delta bison thing, so, and then, this one, the department, all of a sudden, kicked the can in our court. Which I thought the department had some, delegative authority that, under these circumstances that in other other times, when a hunt was, posted or an application period was posted and then there was no hunt. And I don't know if it's all the time or some of the time or most of the time that permittees would get their application fees back and not come to the board and say we want to get one of these. I understand this is a high prestigious hunt. I understand also that Mother Nature's cruel sometimes. And, when I read the disclaimer, when I'm filling out my applications, that, if I don't get the opportunity because of biological reasons, that's, it's not the department's fault, it's not my fault. We just, shook snake eyes. And so, I'm curious, I'd probably go with this. There's a lot of people and it'd be unpopular and I wouldn't have any more friends in Fairbanks and, but I'm curious what the department's plans are to address anything like this in the future. Would they put something more directly in the paper or abide by the disclaimer they have in there now instead of working around that sometimes?
Director Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Member Brett, I appreciate your comments very much. And to be honest with you, I'm not sure that we would have entertained this had we not had a recent experience with, hindsight being 20/20 and all that kind of good stuff. I think that's a great discussion we should have with the board at some point. Now that we've had a couple of these events, that I think it would be important for the department and the board and be on the same sheet of music because it's not a matter of if, it's when, something like this, and then we'll all understand kind of the different ways we'll be coming at it.
Member Brett.
I heard you when you were giving your overview that I thought I heard, but you can correct me, that you were giving some of them hunters that you didn't eliminate from the pool, or maybe the ones you eliminated from the pool, or, just explain. You said that you were trying to rework the hunt opportunity and some refused to do that. Which pool was that out of?
I'm not entirely sure I understand the question.
It seemed like you either shortened or you readjusted on how bison hunters were able to have their opportunity.
So following the winter of 21-22, we had a similar problem. We had a harvestable surplus that could not would be overshot by the number of hunters we had out there. So in that case, we took the number of hunters and essentially forced a 50% success rate. We said, you know, this number of hunters gets a 2-week hunting period, and you have a quota. You have an in-season quota now. And so that's what they did. And of course, I think the grass is always greener on the other side. Some of them wished that they could have just had their permit, taken the chance to have their permit in a different year, you know. And so we heard a lot of people that were really disappointed about that, and this was an alternate strategy. Whether it's better or worse is getting back to Ryan's point about we should talk about what we should do in the future.
So I'm curious on the one, so who got those options to hunt that 2-week in a quota? Did anybody turn that option down that actually was gonna be able to hunt?
I can't say with certainty. I mean, most people hunted, you know, yeah.
I mean, if we provided an opportunity and they chose not to, I think that's a different story than getting a phone call and say you're not even eligible.
One thing that did happen too is that we had to change their hunt periods. You get an assigned hunt period, and some people, I think, could not handle the change.
Yeah, I've had my transporters cancel me.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. To the department, I remember some years back, about maybe 10 years ago, we had a situation on Nunivak Island where we had trophy bull hunt and cow hunts, and a portion of the cow population disappeared, and we had to cancel the cow hunt entirely. And then we just had the bull hunt. So we never did reissue the cow hunt. It just disappeared in that situation, right?
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, Member Hoffman. I do recall that situation. I wasn't, you know, directly involved in it. You know, different leadership, different boards have handled these, you know, but I do recall the situation you're describing. I did want to circle back to another comment that Member Barrett made. You know, we have a pretty clear policy on providing refunds for applications and, you know, licenses and things like that. I'm not aware, maybe Natalie is, I'm not aware of anybody reaching out to us to get, you know, to request a refund for their application or anything in this situation. But like the bear stuff, we got a ton. I mean, actually, the whole COVID impact scenario, we got a ton. And, you know, oftentimes all the time, you know, we approach the commissioner and see, but I can tell you, I feel like we're very fair about, you know, when these situations come up, you know, providing those refunds and trying to, you know, trying to square up with people when they lose an opportunity.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Listening to the discussion, I'm hearing that there is support for a reallocation. I haven't heard anybody say that they didn't support that. And with that in mind, I'd like to propose an amendment. And my amendment would be to reallocate those tags that were disqualified, those 55 tags, equally over the next 3 years. So it would be reallocation of, and of course it'd be at the department's discretion, but I would suggest 19 and 26, 18 and regulatory year 27, and 18 and regulatory 28.
Second.
And everything else would remain the same in that proposal.
That motion's got a second, and I think you did a really good job of explaining it, but if you just want to do it one more time.
Just a real quick to speak on that. And again, I really support reallocating these tags. It's something that, like I say, it's a lifetime, once in a lifetime for every one of them. And even you can apply 10 years later, you're never getting another tag again unless you're one of those 2%. But anyway, I also don't want to take away an opportunity for the rest of those 36,000 people that are applying and maybe getting their less than 1% chance of maybe getting a permit. So that would still have an allocation in there for the general public. Plus, we would then give these other folks a time certain when they can hunt. And I would leave it up to the department to decide whether to do a lottery or or just how they would then reallocate those, but basically reallocate those ones that are denied, plus allow the other general public to have an opportunity for the remaining tags. Thank you.
Discussion on the amendment, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm the tear your Band-Aid off at one time. I'd rather just get it done, get it over with, and not go potentially out to 3 years. I seen one of our testifiers was a fireman. He's a high occupational hazard job. You know, I foresee, could foresee him getting injured to where he couldn't hunt anymore, fighting fires. And, that would be a loss to his permit, or, the family may be coming, to the board or to the legislature, like we've seen in the past, from a valuable tag loss. So I'd rather do it as quickly as possible.
Department, what would be the ramifications of that? What do you think the loss of applicants would be if we decided to award, if we do one foul swoop like Al is suggesting? Probably hard to answer. Other board members? Oh, Director Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think if the board chooses to go that direction, it's incumbent on us to let people know right away, just to get it, make sure it's transparent, people understand what's happening with this particular year. They can make a decision whether or not they want to apply for whatever remaining tags. And then, it's, for lack of one and done. Everybody knows what's going on, we get through it, and then we move on.
Member Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not to split hairs here, but I'm an advocate for allowing the opportunity, maybe look at an amendment to do RY 26, 27, but as the presentation said, upon request. You have the 55. Obviously, you'll solicit them upon request. I think across those 2 years, you may lose a few of those 55, but still provide the opportunity. And then just a clarification that it's either done by the selection of the list or random draw.
Natalie.
Through the chair, I am very glad to hear you're talking about those kinds of things. This is one of those cases where if the board passes this proposal and instructs the department to make those permits available in the future, we absolutely want findings. We would like clear guidance from the board on how they would like that done. In regards to a list or an application random draw to reassign those folks to future hunt periods, or not, not hunt periods, not mixing in season, but across multiple regulatory years. The cleanest thing for us would be the list. If we are to do it by random draw, we might be in a situation where we'd have to do some programming, ask them to apply again, express intent to receive their permit in the future, that kind of thing. We're only talking about 55 people, so we're looking for simple, easy, clear, concise, something that everyone understands what they're getting into right out of the gate, so.
Thanks. And then further discussion on this amendment. Member Bechtel.
So of the 55, was there a mixture of bull and cow tags, or did you transfer those all just to bulls?
Through the chairman, Member Bechtel, they were all converted to bull permits. So all 55, apologies. All the permits that were allowed to hunt for regulatory year 2024 were all changed to bull permits.
So what would be the status of the 55 that we have?
That would be to be determined by population information as we move forward. That would be determined for when it was time to hunt those permits.
So
Go ahead, sorry.
Excuse me, might continue. So some of those were originally cow permits?
Member Bechtel, through the chair, yes, some of those were cow only. I think I have the breakdown, but I have to find it. If you give me a moment, I can look for that breakdown and let you know.
Thank you very much.
Member Loring.
Thank you. I think we need, I asked quite a few folks that testified on this that they would be good for, 2 or 3 years, and everyone I talked to said yes, and I don't remember if I asked the fireman that Mr. Barrett's talking to, but I don't think we can go on what-ifs. But I would be willing to make an amendment or allow an amendment to my proposal if I had a concurrence from the second to do 2 years. But I definitely still want to have some opportunity for the general public to draw. So whatever the folks want to do, I can stay with my 3 or make amendment for 2.
The second will concur with whatever you want to do with your own amendment.
Go ahead, would you like to propose a new amendment, Member Loring?
It sounds like that there's maybe some movement to move this along if we break these down into 2 groups, so it'd be maybe 27 each. I'm just real quickly, approximately 27 each year over regulatory year 26 and 27. And eliminate the 28 one. That way it's a lot quicker, it's a lot easier for the folks. Like, we probably would have fewer people that would drop out over a 2-year period. Because it's gonna be one anyway. If we had a second year, I think some folks that might even fit their particular situation even better on that second year. So I would make that, change it to fiscal year 26 and 27. Thank you.
All right, discussion on that amendment. So we're kind of cutting it down into 2 years now. So discussion on that amendment. If there is, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Fletcher. I have an answer for Member Bechtel. And 28 of those 55 would have been cow permits. So 28 of the 55 had cow-only permits. And then there were 27 either sex. And then Natalie Weber has some comments to add, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with that in mind and the questions that Member Bechtel had, we still have records of which permits those original permit holders want. Right now, the Delta Bison permit is for bulls only. In the event in regulatory years 26 and 27, if we do have cow harvest available, we can, I'm not going to say automatically assign them one of those, but we can have the conversation with them that there are these permits available, there is potential cow harvest, so we can honor the wishes of the original applicants and hopefully allow them to hunt as they had applied for. So we do have that information and we have the ability to have that conversation with the permit holder if the board is interested in allowing them to transfer their permits to the future.
Thank you.
Member Brett.
Yeah, so look, just a little more clarification on that. So if there was a harvestable surplus of cows and an individual drew a cow permit, would you just offer them a cow permit, or would you say, do you want to hold out for a bull permit?
Through the chair, I'm reminded of the intricacies of the Delta bison hunt, and usually in recent years, our opportunity has been offered in the form of bull hunts or either sex hunts. And so I don't imagine we would be back to a cow hunt. I guess the population could do something interesting, but I foresee those permits being either sex. Right now, like I said, they're for bulls only, and it's possible that in the next 2 years, we may not have an opportunity to do either one of those things. I just mentioned that we do have in record of what the original applicants wanted and their original permits were, and we could have some conversations with those folks in RY 26 and 27 if we need to.
I got off track and we're talking about the amendment. I'll just hold on.
Yep, so we got an amended proposal in front of us here. Any more questions about the amendment? Member Gardner.
Maybe not a question about the amendment, but just clarification that we are talking 55 tags as the amount upon request would then be allocated across RY 26, 27 and determined by the department in order of the list.
Is that correct, Member Loring?
Yeah, the first part, I'm not sure about how the department would allocate it, but my request is 55 tags over 2 years. So it wouldn't be quite equal, but it'd be, I guess it's an odd number, but 55 tags over RY 26 and 27. And then the department's discretion on how they would allocate those.
I think Natalie has expressed that she would like to have that in findings. So we'll have to address that in miscellaneous. We'll have some findings. If we choose to accept this, we'll have some findings draft up, and we'll talk about it in miscellaneous. because she said that she'd really like direction in that, so. Any more questions on the amended proposal? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call question on the amendment.
The question's been called.
On the amendment, to reallocate the 55 permits over the 2 regulatory years, 26 and 27. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Batesville?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Amendment carries 7-0.
All right, we have an amended proposal in front of us here. I think we've had a really good discussion about that. We definitely realize that we're going to have to come up with some findings because the department would like direction. But did you have anything else, Natalie?
Mr. Chair, it was just in response to a comment that Member Barrett made, and it was in terms of, things happen to people in the years after a permit is won. And in this particular case, I wanted to remind people that this hunt can be proxy hunted. So in the unfortunate event, one of these permit holders has an accident, there could still be a possibility for them to end up with that meat in their freezer.
Further discussion here, the board knows that we're probably going to have some we'll need to have findings at the end of the meeting, but any further discussion on this? Member Brett?
Yeah, do you want findings, or you just want to put it on the record?
I think you would like findings.
Trying to save a tree.
All right, that being said, we've had a good discussion about it. I think we're probably ready for the question on this.
Call a question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thanks for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 188 as amended. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Batesville?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended, 7-0.
Director Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the really good discussion on this. Undoubtedly, with the number of people who are probably listening to the conversation we just had, once we have the findings, we'll need a little bit of time to get everything in place. So not everybody call us all at once, please.
Natalie, could you describe the difference between, do we need to put it on the table to describe the difference between 189?
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 189, allow a permittee who had their Unit 20D Delta Bison permit revoked for regulatory year 2024 to have the permit transferred to a regulatory year 2026 upon request, or remove the lifetime and 10-year loss of eligibility for those hunters to apply.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there a difference here, because the action done on 188 were?
Mr. Chair, fundamentally, all the action taken in Proposal 188 addressed the concerns, issues, points in 189. So there is nothing left in 189 that wasn't already covered by 188.
Cool. I'd love to hear a motion to take no action on 189.
So moved.
All right, we asked for unanimous consent, looking up and down the line. Everybody's good with that. We'll take no action on 189.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 139, change the evidence of sex requirements for horned big game animals.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This presentation can be found in RC4 tab 12. I'm presenting to you proposal 139, a public proposal to change the evidence of sex requirements for species with horns. The department is neutral on this proposal. This proposal would remove requirement for evidence of sex to remain naturally attached for horned animals and specify that horns are evidence of sex for animals with horns. The proposal states that horns may be transported simultaneously with the last load of meat, and that is currently allowed. This is an abbreviated version of the most pertinent current regulations that apply to evidence of sex that are found in 5 AAC 92-150, evidence of sex and identity. A is horns of a doll's sheep must be salvaged. B, if bag is restricted to one sex except sheep, external sex organs remain attached, except some exceptions with deer. And under C is that both antlers must be salvaged if bag limit includes antler restrictions. Antlers or horns may not be altered unless required. If adopted, this proposal would require the salvage of horns for all species with horns, and that evidence of sex would no longer be required for horned species hunts limited to one sex. Sex-specific bag limits have varied over the years for horned species. For sheep, there is very distinct sexual dimorphism, and so very easy to distinguish between males and females. But it is more difficult to determine sex using horns alone for mountain goat, muskox, and bison. Also, for these species, typically all age classes are legal in the bag limit. This is Proposal 139, a public proposal to change the evidence of sex requirements for species with horns, and the department is neutral on this proposal. And I'm ready for questions.
Thanks for that. Questions from board members? Comments from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to hear a little bit from public safety, if they have any concerns, especially with those animals that it's hard to tell. Goats comes to mind right away, and, you know, bison and muskox, not so much, but definitely goats, on what the enforceability would be, because I know that's a big issue with you folks.
Through the chair, Member Loring, I guess, short answer, yes, there would be a concern. Excuse me. Specifically with mountain goats, I think would be a concern in any hunt where it's limited to one sex versus the other, which I think there's a few certainly out there that are limited to billies. But yes, those are valid points.
Captain Johnson, I didn't get a chance to tell you today, you're looking sharp, dude. Other questions from board members? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of along those same lines to the captain. Currently, the way the law is written, you got to keep these attached. If someone was, how many incidences do you have where they're skinning them at night and they make a mistake and accidentally remove it? Is that a citation, or is there a contingency for that type of situation?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, and just make sure I understand, you're talking skinning at night and accidentally removing like evidence of sex? Yeah, certainly that can happen. We've probably seen it happen. There's contingencies. It just falls to our discretion, essentially. I've seen people essentially bring the evidence of sex, even though the law says it has to be naturally attached. I mean, again, that's where we use our discretion. We can kind of tell if something's mismatched size-wise, species-wise, or age-wise, something that's old and freezer burned versus fresh matches the meat that somebody has, so to speak. So, yeah, we have our discretion. We can always just go visit the kill site itself a lot of times when we're out in the field, and we've certainly used that option before too. So we'll certainly do our best to work with somebody if that does happen, but it's pretty exceedingly rare.
The questions from Member Loring and Vice Chair Hoffman, and the response from Captain Johnson is going to leave me, to not be able to support this at this time. And Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. I guess mine's to Captain Johnson too, or maybe if somebody else can answer it. Was there something that went on before this regulation was enacted? Was it a perceived problem, or was it actually you guys were having difficulty determining what kind of male or female animal that you were looking at when you were doing an investigation?
To the chair, Member Barrett, I'm sorry, I may not have understood the question. You said before this regulation. Are you referring to this proposal or before?
Oh, no, before
evidence of sex?
the evidence of sex regulation. Somebody got a board to pass it, and I didn't know if it was because there was, many cases where people were trying to, work the system, or was it, it was brought before the public and there was this perceived deal that people were shooting, cow moose and saying they were bull, or they were shooting nanny goats and calling them billies, and
Through the chair, Member Brett, thank you for the clarification. I can't speak to that. This regulation's been in place for long before I was a trooper, and I'm going to assume possibly dating back to before I was even on this earth. So I can't speak to that directly.
One more. And one more question for the public safety is, does public safety as a whole confident when they look at animals, what sex it is? Or do they really rely on the evidence of sex?
Through the chair, Member Brett, I think it's a wide variety, and it's going to depend on the species. I mean, when you're talking a bull moose, a mature Dall sheep, even some of your larger size brown grizzly bears, it's pretty evident. Other species, I'd even throw probably black-tailed deer into that group. Other species, it's a smaller bull caribou versus a large cow. I think we all know that's a real tough one. A billy versus a nanny goat, same thing. So it's kind of a mixed bag. It certainly depends on the species.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Member Garner.
Yeah, I see it as a non-burdensome requirement, really, with an easy identification, and the proposal has in there that it leads to a heavier pack out, which I wouldn't, that'd be a hell of a set.
Other questions from board members? Comments from board members, intent from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Listening to public safety and Member Barrett's comments and Member Gardner's, and also my personal experience with hunting in Alaska for a lot of years, I'm tending not to support this proposal. I think that the current regulation we have is adequate. It's been there for a long time, and many boards have had this request about evidence of sex in many different ways brought before them. They've always reverted back to the current regulation we have. And like I say, a lot of years and a lot of proposals have been delivered by prior boards, and we're still where we're at for good reason. Thank you.
I think we're about ready for the question, but before, I just want to say, there were several ACs that weighed in on this, and there was support and both opposition to both of these. So with that being said, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board's heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 139. Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Batesville?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
And Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Proposal fails by a vote of 2 yeas to 5 nays.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt proposal 140, eliminate the evidence of sex requirement for big game having bag limit restricted to one sex.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and I imagine maybe there's some similar material, but I know there's probably some different material too, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. This presentation may be found in RC4 tab 12. Proposal 140 is a public proposal to eliminate the evidence of sex requirement for a big game having bag limits restricted to one sex. The department is opposed to this proposal. This proposal would eliminate the evidence of sex requirement for big game having bag limits restricted to one sex. The proponent also mentions changing the definition of evidence of sex to include horns or antlers, presumably for all horned and antlered game, but it is unclear if this is intended to be included for this proposal. Again, this is an abbreviated version of pertinent current regulations. 5 AAC 92-150. Again, horns of Dall sheep must be salvaged, and if bag is restricted to one sex except sheep, external sex organs remain attached with some exceptions with deer, and both antlers must be salvaged if bag limit includes antler restrictions. Antlers or horns may not be altered unless required. The effects of this proposal, if adopted, it would eliminate the requirement to keep evidence of sex in hunts limited to one sex, and this evidence of sex is the sex organs. Also, if adopted, a different regulation for determining sex of harvested game animals, except sheep and some deer, would be needed. Also, the proponent proposed an alternative to determining the sex of game harvested, and this was to use DNA testing. This proposed alternative is very complex and adds significant time in determining the bag limit compliance. Some of the steps that would be involved in a alternative that would involve DNA testing would be is collecting the sample from the harvested animal, handling that sample, cataloging it accurately, shipping it to a lab, having the lab conduct the test, and then have the lab get the results back to either Department of Public Safety or Department of Fish and Game. Other considerations along with that proposed alternative is there would be the potential for the need to possess or store meat while waiting for results if it was part of a legal case. There would need to be a funding source identified for testing thousands of samples from harvested animals. And also, the evidence of sex definition to include horns and antlers would require an exception for caribou due to both sexes having antlers. So it's important to have regulation of female harvest, and it's essential for sustained yield management. And leaving evidence of sex naturally attached minimizes the potential for non-compliance with bag limits. The department did reach out to a lab that can conduct such a DNA test as was suggested. This lab was at the University of California, Davis Veterinary Laboratory. They reported to the department that they could test a skeletal muscle, a 1 to 2 inch square sample of skeletal muscle, that sample would need to be frozen and then shipped on ice to their laboratory. The cost for this particular test was $44 per test, and it would be a 15-day turnaround to get results. They also indicated that if their lab was needed to provide testimony in any kind of court case, that the cost would increase. The proponent for Proposal 140 also indicated a concern that leaving evidence of sex on harvested game could contribute to spoilage of meat, but the Division of Wildlife Conservation has no data that suggests spoilage of meat due to retaining evidence of sex. The department is opposed to this proposal because it would hinder the ability of the Alaska Wildlife Troopers to determine legality in the field. Having enforcement occur during the season that was occurring, it would just not be possible, and the process for citing noncompliance would slow significantly. And also it brings up the possibility of the handling of samples could come into question. And changing the definition of evidence of sex to include horns and antlers is problematic because head and or antler retention is not required for all hunts. Proposal 140 is a public proposal to eliminate the evidence of sex requirement for big game having bag limits restricted to one sex, and the department is opposed to this proposal. Questions?
Thank you for that. Member Wood.
Thank you. I've always been a big advocate of genetic testing, or in this case, we're talking about DNA testing, as a tool, and a very valuable tool, if it has a quick enough turnaround to be used for management. And through my experience on the Board of Fish, even spending large amounts of money to have the lab in place out on the site, et cetera, your turnaround is still at a minimum of 24 to 48 hours. And I mean, that's spending a lot of money and a lot of effort to expedite that. to think that the troopers in the field are going to have that as an effective tool, I think we'd be kidding ourselves. To me, the present methodology works just great. It's simple, and there's no reason to deviate from it, so I'll be a no vote.
Pretty cut and dry. Thank you for that. Any other board members' discussion? Member Loring?
Thank you. Just to reiterate on Fish and Game's comments about DNA testing. You know, I have hunting dogs, and when you breed those, I had to send in samples from my dogs to make sure that they were purebred to the, in this case, was Versatile Hunting Dog Association. $75 a shot. It was nasal. I didn't have to send a body part in, but it still took 6 weeks for the return. And so it's available, and they weren't doing sex; they're just doing breed. But it's a long turnaround period, and it puts pretty big burden on both the hunter that's involved with his where's his meat at, and also public safety on prosecuting the case. So at least that part of I'm absolutely opposed to is making that an option. Thank you.
I'd like to echo Member Wood and Member Loring's comments, and I'm going to be a no vote as well. Anybody else? Questions, comments? Member Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, hearing public comment, reading public comment, seeing that 11 ACs are opposed and 1 in support, I would be a no vote.
Thank you for that. Any further discussion? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 140. Mr. Garner?
No.
Mr. Batesville?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt proposal 141, allow the transfer of possession of game meat and game parts to be captured in a digital video format or on paper form.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 141 was submitted by the public, and it's asking to allow the transfer of possession of game meat and parts to be captured in digital video format or on paper. Submitted by the public, and the department is neutral on the proposal. Here's the part of the transfer of possession regulation that is being addressed by the proposal. Transfer of possession, I'll just read a little bit of it into the record. It says, unless the person who took the game is accompanying the person possessing the game until all salvage is completed as required under this chapter, a person who gives or receives game or a part of game shall immediately furnish, upon demand by a peace officer, a statement signed by both parties describing the following: the names and addresses of each person who gave or received the game, when and where the game was taken, what game or part of game was transferred, and the hunting license number of the person who took the game. So again, the purpose, the pieces of the regulation this proposal focuses on are how items 1 through 4 are captured in the field. The current transfer of possession form can be anything. It can be on a napkin, it can be on a leaf as long as it's legible. The department, out of courtesy, does provide one of these blank forms in the back page of the handy dandy. It's on the inside of the back cover. And it is also on the list of improvements for our mobile app, but we're just not there yet. So the department is very, very happy to talk to hunters before they go into the field and explain if they're going to do this, they need to make sure they have this in place. However, how they do it really doesn't matter to us. This is also not a form that is used by the department. This is purely for enforcement purposes. I just wanted to put that out there. If a hunter shows up and has their animal ready to be sealed, we do not ask to see if they have a transfer of possession. If someone's spouse shows up with their something to be sealed, we don't ask to see the transfer of possession. By the time it makes it to us, that is not a concern that we have. It is strictly an enforcement in the field regulation and requirement. So if adopted, so if adopted, a digital image video recording would be allowed in place of the current required signed statement. So proof of transfer of possession, again, is the document primarily used by law enforcement to ensure game was salvaged in accordance with applicable regulations and is not required for sealing or reporting purposes. As a result, the department also does not know how often transfer of possession forms are used or how it would impact enforcement. So I suspect there could be some questions about where the video was filmed and when, so we'll defer to AWT for their comments on that one. But really, this is we're headed towards digital, all kinds of stuff. So again, here's the request to allow the transfer of possession form to be captured in digital format or on paper, and the department is neutral on this public proposal.
Thank you for that. And Captain Johnson, we all have, your comments in front of us here, but do you want to speak to what Natalie said?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Correct, we're in support of this. Anything essentially that makes it easier for the hunting public to comply with the regulations, and that's reasonable, we'll be supportive of, and this is an adoption of current technology. I mean, just about everybody has a phone on them now. It's rare that somebody doesn't, and usually it's functional, and usually will hold up a little better than a piece of paper or the napkin or the leaf. I prefer birch bark myself. It's a little more robust and it makes a great fire starter if you really need it. But there's lots of ways that this could work and be valuable or even just serve as a backup for somebody. So we're very supportive of it.
Thank you for that. Questions, comments from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your comments, Natalie and Captain Johnson. I currently fully support this, 100%. I have my driver's license, picture of my driver's license on my phone, and a picture of my hunting license on the phone. And it's a permanent one here in Alaska, but in lower 48, I have my non-resident one there also, and it worked perfect. And just another example of other agencies that allow it. You know, I talked earlier about hunting dogs. I take my dogs outside to hunt birds, and I have to put them on Alaska Airlines, and they require a health certificate. And I take a picture of that health certificate, and they accept that as a vet, as an important document signed by a veterinarian saying the dogs are healthy so they can fly. So it's already done in other areas, and other applications, and I support it in this application also. Thank you.
Any further comment on this? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Member Brett.
I was just gonna make a comment, if this is some of that new technology that new technology creep coming into the board.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board is,
Law. Even though, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If, Natalie, could you go back to the regulation that shows the 4 different factors? Okay, so this requires a statement signed by both parties. Because of the signature requirement, if we could get some discussion on the board whether, if they're using video, you don't have to use that sign. We can work with the language later, but we want to make sure that if you're using video, there doesn't have to be something signed by the people. Thank you.
I guess where are we heading is that the digital would be in lieu of the written signature, if that's the direction you're looking for.
That would be my belief as well. Other board members, is that, I see everybody not, Member Gardner?
I was just going to concur, yes.
Is that enough? Okay, thanks for that. I think the question's been called. The cost statement, please, Member Bachtel.
the board's heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 141. Mr. Bachtel?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt Proposal 142, allow the sale of legally harvested big game trophies without a permit.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 142 is asking to eliminate the requirement for a permit to sell legally harvested big game trophies. It was submitted by the public, and the department is neutral on the proposal. And if adopted, the public would not need a permit to sell a lawfully harvested and prepared big game trophy. The department would no longer be able to track how many trophies are sold for reasons other than those sold as part of a bankruptcy, divorce, estates in probate, and taxidermists with unclaimed trophies. So 92031 is the regulation that currently allows for all of these things. And the piece of this that the proposal specifically addresses is H, highlighted in yellow for you. And that is a person may sell a lawfully harvested and prepared big game trophy if that person first obtains a permit from the department. The proposal asks to repeal H in its entirety and is asking for the sale of legally harvested big game trophies without a permit. Because A, B, and G above all specify a permit is required, the board should discuss their intent clearly, and if they want to allow the sale of all trophies without a permit, including those trophies that are in possession of taxidermists but are unclaimed. If it's the board's intent to allow the sale of all trophies, including those unclaimed trophies held by taxidermists, the finished regulations will look a little bit different than just repealing H. However, if the votes allow the sale of all trophies without a permit, it should specifically discuss the elimination of the time frame and notification requirements for taxidermists to sell those trophies. We'll get into that a little more later. So history of trophy sales in Alaska. So turn of statehood, only taxidermists were allowed to sell trophies, and this was an attempt to allow them to recoup some of the lost costs for items that ended up in their possession or work that was requested, and then the taxidermists were unable to either get a hold of the clients or the clients realized they couldn't afford to pay for them or whatnot. In the 70s, estate executives and bankruptcies were added as legitimate reasons for selling prepared trophies. And when I say estate executives, I mean those estates that are in probate. In 2012, this board added divorce to that list of situations that would allow a person to sell one of those prepared trophies. Also, currently, a permit is required before any big game trophy can be sold. At the statewide 2022 board meeting, the board adopted the existing regulation which allowed all trophies to be sold, not just those that were sold as a result of bankruptcy, divorce, and estates and probate, or those that were in the possession of taxidermists and never claimed. Currently, anyone who wishes to sell a trophy for any reason must submit a complete application to the department. And a permit is typically issued within 30 days of receiving the complete application. Permits are valid for 6 months and may be renewed unlimited times, and there is no fee for the permit or to apply for the permit. Prior to the board making it legal to sell all trophies with a permit, the most common reason the department received requests to sell trophies was from estate sales that were not in probate. Probate is required when a person dies and owns property that does not automatically pass to someone else. So we had a situation where many widows and widowers were left with trophies that could not be sold. So adding other resolved that issue completely. When you look at the number, I suspect you might want to know how many of these permits we issue, which is why we have this very small chart for you. It gives you an idea of how many of these we get every year and how many of these, and we've never denied a permit for one of these things. It's specifically to keep track of the sales. It's not, when a person applies, I did mention that an application is required. There is no yes or no on the part of the department. It is all lawful sales. It's just that we want to be able to track these specifically for enforcement purposes. The person does need to include the permit number in the advertisement for sale, those kinds of things. And that's just to make sure that people are legally, lawfully selling these things and so that it can be tracked. Again, the proposal is to eliminate the requirement for a permit to sell legally harvested big game trophies. And also, by requiring a permit for each trophy sale, the department does have a general idea if there's an interest in for-profit hunting, for example. The regulations allowing all trophies to be sold has been in place since July of 2022, and as a result, the department has pretty limited data available to establish a baseline trend in trophy sales. For reasons other than those four original ones, the bankruptcies and divorce, those kinds of things. So also an item for the board to keep in mind, the proponent submitted proposal 143, the next one, for consideration in the event the board does pass this proposal. So depending on what you do, you may or may not need to take action on proposal 143. With that, you have any questions for us?
Thank you for that. Member Wood.
How does the department determine when a trophy's been sold?
Through the chair, in some cases, well, actually, to be quite honest, the department assumes if a permit is issued to sell one, that it'll eventually be sold. This is separate from the allowance for selling brown bear hides, for example, where the purchaser and seller are required to contact the department and inform us if the sale actually happened.
Okay.
So really, it's just an authorization or acknowledgement that there is this item for sale.
So if a party A has a trophy and sells it to party B and is either unaware or doesn't care to comply with the permit requirement, does the department have a means to track that somehow?
The chair member would, no.
Just my guess, Mr. Chairman, there's probably a lot of sales taking place that don't go through the permit process. And I would imagine any conclusions you would draw by looking at the limited number of people that do go through the permit process probably are not what you would want to rely upon in making any kind of important decisions. I'll not be supportive of, or I will be supportive, pardon me, of what the effort is here just to get us out of that routine.
Thanks for that. Questions from board members? I have kind of a strange question. Would, like a salvage of a roadkill moose, would that be legally harvested?
That is, I hadn't thought of that question in terms of this proposal. So salvage of a roadkill moose, when those roadkills occur, in order to receive a roadkill moose, the person has to be on the list that the Alaska State Troopers maintains. And then they are told to go get that item. In most cases, the moose, if it has antlers, those kinds of things, those come back to the department. The department then ages them, retains them. There is no trophy aspects that's included in that roadkill program. We do have bears that occasionally end up on that roadkill list, and it is quite possible and has happened where a person has had a brown bear dropped off in their driveway, and they can salvage it, or they can skin it, you know, be able to utilize whatever edible meat is present, and then it is up to them what they do with the hide. Roadkill, by definition, by board regulation, is the property of the state. In these cases of the roadkill program, it does get transferred to the hunter. So yes, if a person were to contact us and say, I have a brown bear hide that it was obtained by them as a result of the roadkill program, they could request a permit to sell that, and we would issue it.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to get clarification, so as it reads now, like we have antler drives going on, is that technically, are they supposed to be doing the paperwork for these, or are they good to keep going?
I think the distinction there, Member Hoffman, is that those are not trophies, most likely. So this is in regards to prepared trophies, and the board does have a definition of trophy. So typically, we think of European mounts, skull, something preserved, not tanned skulls, obviously, but, on a finished product, mounted on something for display. So we're specifically addressing trophies. We're not talking about those separate antlers and the raw materials that are not yet taxidermied, if you will.
And I guess just to clarify for the record here, a longtime resident of Alaska can harvest Dall sheep, have a mount made, they can move to name a state, and if the state allows it without, we don't track that, right?
Mr. Chair, these regulations are applicable to animals taken in the state, and they do cover what occurs in the state. If someone harvests a sheep, in that case, moves out of state, and there are no regulations in that state that prohibit the sale, the state of Alaska has no jurisdiction over that animal at that point. We see that regularly here too. People do contact us when they want to have estate sales with a bunch of, say, animals taken in Africa. The state has no jurisdiction over those animals, and as long as it's legal for sale, and we do have to look at federal regulations, but as long as it's legal, there's nothing in state that prohibits it, so fair game.
Thanks for that. Member Loring?
Yeah, just clarification on roadkills. You actually, I thought every roadkill, that animal belongs to the state, and then the state would then not give back the person the meat or the hide or anything like that unless they're actually on an approved roadkill list that the troopers handle. So can you clarify that you actually let the person keep the hide and then give them a permit to sell it? That sounds something, do we have these hide auctions that the trappers have and department has, where all these roadkills are then sold and the money goes back to the state? I guess I didn't understand what you're saying there.
Through the chair, Member Loring, I did mention earlier that the roadkill, let me back up. All animals that are hit by cars that are killed as a result of a roadkill are property of the state by regulation. The Alaska State Troopers maintains a roadkill salvage program list. So if and there's two instances, and I apologize for mixing up the board here. I was mixing moose and bears at some point. The roadkill program is specifically designed, I'm going to say mostly with moose in mind, some caribou. The state has not the Department of Fish and Game, but the state in general as a whole has a program in place to allow the meat to be able to go back into the freezers of some people. It was often called the charity list, if you will. Someone hits a moose, they're on the list, they get a call from the dispatch and says, your moose is at mile whatever, go get it, please. And they pick it up. In a lot of those cases, there are conditions that go along with it, and those are known to the person when they get on the list. I'll use, and these change depending on the needs of the department, but I'll use the Matsu Valley as an example. If someone hits a moose, we want the head from that thing. We would like to be able to age it. We want to be able to look at whatever genetic materials we need. So the head would come to the department. The animal itself, it's responsibility of the person on the list to go get it, but once they are in possession of it, they bring us the head, which allows us to take a look at whatever it is we need to. But at that point, by the time they are called by dispatch to go get it, that animal is essentially theirs. That is the state's way of disposing of that animal that was not lawfully taken. I mentioned bears. Well, the state tries to utilize the resources that are available, right? If something that has value to someone, we know some people eat brown bears, and we know that some of the meat that could be hit by a car of a brown bear could be edible. So the state, instead of taking that animal, the hide's usually not in good enough quality. Anyone who's been around a roadkill animal knows that some of those can be pretty darn difficult to skin. So the hide, there usually is very little to no trophy value left in that. Also take a look at when these are occurring. It might not be in the best shape anyway. So that animal goes through the exact same program, same process. The troopers are called, they head to the list, they call the next person and say, do you want a brown bear? A lot of people say no. If someone says yes, and the department doesn't currently have a need for it, again, the hide value is usually so low that we wouldn't really want to pay to have a taxidermist skin it for us to get it into that auction program. There is no value left for the state to recoup in that animal, which is why we go that route and do have the ability to give the person the hide and ultimately sell it. This was never part of this discussion in the past, though, so that might be another reason why I don't have a whole lot of information for you.
A real quick follow-up. So the person hits the animal, unless they're on a charity list or they're on a list of recognized charities, or anyway, they don't necessarily own that animal, belongs to the state. I guess the question I had was, you kind of indicated that you would give it right back to that person who killed it, and that's not the case.
To the chair, to be quite clear, no. If you
Okay.
hit an animal with your car and it dies, it is the possession of the state. It does not in any instance go to the person that hit it.
Okay,
It
thank you.
absolutely does not go that route. I apologize if that was.
That clears it up. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Member Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So back to the sale of trophies. That was a scenic route there. I fully support this proposal. I would even entertain, I would probably make an amendment to just rescind or repeal this regulation, but I think there's a lot of stuff in there. I think if somebody was interested in that, or other portions of it, or all of it, that they would submit a proposal, before us as taxidermists, and a sale of prepared trophies. Statistically, it's pretty small that people are selling trophies or have an opportunity to sell trophies. I don't think there's any market hunting associated with the cost of preparing a trophy and then being able to sell it. I think, like it's been proven, there's been no big spike since 3 years ago of people, just lawfully getting a permit. I think the permit, without having a permit, would reduce, some administration costs to the department that they could use somewhere else. So it takes time and effort and money in the department to issue, 100 permits a year. So I'm fully supporting removing the permit for prepared trophies.
Captain Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, sorry, not to wade back into the roadkill thing, but just a brief thing, since people were asking about bears. We make the decision on whether, in the field, whether we're gonna call somebody to get something that's killed on the side of the road. It is exceedingly rare. Like, I'm not gonna say it never happens, because it's happened, that we're gonna give a bear to somebody. Number one, because of trichinosis concerns. We don't want that liability. So it's exceedingly rare that a bear would ever go to anybody, period, let alone that it be in any kind of condition. Beyond that, I'll just kind of repeat the comments that we wrote here. We're talking about, just some overall statistics. The illicit trade in wildlife worldwide is estimated between $7 and $23 billion annually. Alaska's system allows for a free permit that anyone can get that allows enforcement, both state and federal. So we need to consider federal enforcement, which is a huge part of this. A means to determine and break down what is legal and what is illegal. We frequently, and by frequently I would say probably weekly to biweekly, get tips about things that are advertised for sale, mostly online, but not always in Alaska. Sometimes they have permits, but the current system allows us really quickly to determine if this is an illegal sale or a legal sale. If it's a legal sale and they just didn't list their permit information on their advertisement, we call them, remind them of that, and we move on. If we call Fish and Game and find out that person doesn't have a permit, it's real easy to start an investigation that could lead to who knows what else. So by removing this requirement, those tools are completely taken away from us.
Member Brett.
And there's some merit to that, but also, we have the definition of what a prepared trophy is. So if something's being sold online or somewhere else, and it doesn't meet the definition of prepared trophy, the troopers can, investigate that case, and, if they were gonna wanna try to pursue if that prepared trophy was lawfully taken or not, the permit is, all it is a number. And, I could have a sheep head that I got at a garage sale or something, and all of a sudden I want a permit for it. I don't know if that sheep's been lawfully taken or not. I don't know if the department ever could figure out, post or pre-plugging days, if that sheep is prepared or not. So, my question to the troopers, though, would be is what portion of that world trade, millions or billions of dollars, what portion comes out of Alaska on that?
Yeah, through the chair, Member Brett, I can't speak directly to that. That's a U.S. Fish and Wildlife statistic. And simply stated, obviously, there's trade in African species. There's CITES permit requirements. But I can say, and again, to maybe address the question earlier, I'm sorry, I don't remember who asked it about, if a animal was taken out of state. Ms. Weber's correct. The state doesn't have enforcement authority over that. However, the federal government, U.S. Fish and Wildlife would and frequently does, and usually they will build upon the state of records laws to potentially make a case. So that comes into play pretty heavily. So while something may be illegal in, let's say, Alaska, but somebody takes it to Montana and does something, if the federal side of the house was going to look into that, which they frequently would because it's now cross-border commerce, they'll look at the existing laws of both states to determine whether they can build something on that. And usually their stuff would require a violation of one of those states' laws. So again, based on that premise, Alaska's laws would allow, currently as they stand, would allow a federal official to build something with that. But if this small requirement was taken away, that could potentially take away that tool for federal enforcement.
Yeah, I'll just make one more comment. Again, we have a permit to try to catch, less than 5% of the people that would be doing something wrong anyways, if there was a permit or not. Public safety says, there's some evidence that people are advertising without a permit currently. And so I'd rather remove a regulation that's not seem to be used very much, lawfully, and the department doesn't follow that permit. It's just in a file somewhere that at one time, Al Brett applied for a permit and may or may not have sold something. So I think, this would reduce some cost to the department.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your comments, Al. I got to defer to the Department of Public Safety. It's a very valuable tool in their toolbox. They've asked to keep it. They're our enforcement branch. They enforce all our regulations, and they have tools for each one of those. And this is one of the tools they use for this situation. It might not be all Alaska, but it's a serious problem around the country, around the world. And big dog sheep, especially, large moose, they can be any number of reasons why there might be investigation, and this would just help, I think. So I would be supporting our law enforcement folks on this particular proposal. Thank you.
Member Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I've experienced having trophies stolen and recovered. I'm also aware of a taxidermist that's had his garage cleared of horns and antlers. And hearing the public testimony regarding this, also the number of opposed ACs is 11 to 2. I would support AWT's opposition and would be a no vote on this.
Department of Law.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, to avoid unintended consequences, to the extent there's support for this, Alaska Statute 1605-92 prohibits the sale of game or any part of game unless it's otherwise allowed by statute or regulation. So while the board, I think, is considering removing a permit requirement, that doesn't necessarily affect that, but you don't want to get rid of an entire regulation that would otherwise authorize the sale of the trophies, because then that will kick in the statutory prohibition on the sale of anything, period.
Member Wood.
Yeah, to members of the public that say we come in with our decisions already made, listening to the testimony, I have changed my position. I was looking at it through the eyes of, we don't have an ability to follow the permits, therefore I wouldn't rely upon either the accuracy or completeness of the data to make any kind of decisions. But what the troopers have raised is a totally different perspective, in my book at least, and that deals with the illegal trade of trophies. And I find their argument convincing, and I will switch where I was before with a yes vote, and I am now a no vote.
Thanks for that. Further discussion from board members? Member Bechtel.
Yeah, I agree with Member Wood and what the troopers presented here, and I will not be supporting this.
Thanks for that. That being said, we might be ready for the question on this.
Call a question.
The question's been called.
The board's heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 142. Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Batchel?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Mr. Brett?
Yes.
And Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Proposal fails by a vote of 1 yea to 6 nays.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 143 due to the action taken on 142.
Second, unanimous consent.
Looks like we have unanimous consent. We'll take no action. And with that being said, we'll break for lunch. We'll be back here at 1:30. Is that okay?
I've got one more, but. 144. Should we do one more? No?
No, let's come back.
Proposal 144, shorten the time period from 6 months to 60 days for a taxidermist to obtain a permit to sell unclaimed furs, skins, and trophies.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 144 asks to shorten the time period taxidermists must wait to sell unclaimed fur, skins, and trophies from 6 months to 60 days. It is a public proposal, and the department is neutral. So pretty nice, concise regulation we're dealing with. 92031, permit for selling skins, skulls, and trophies addresses taxidermists in the following way. It says a licensed taxidermist may sell an unclaimed, finished skin or trophy under a permit issued by the department after the finished skin or trophy has been held unclaimed for 6 months, and after the taxidermist sends notice of intent to sell by registered mail at least 15 days before the sale to the last known address of the person who ordered the taxidermy work. You saw this chart a little while ago. Specific to taxidermy, in 2006, the board shortened the waiting period from 1 year to 6 months. The justification at the time was that the 6-month waiting period, combined with the required notification procedures, would be sufficient to protect the interests of the trophy owner while reducing the financial burden on the taxidermist. We are unaware of any complaints from impacted members of the public with the shortening of the requirement, and we do understand the desire of the taxidermist to be able to recoup some costs sooner than 6 months. So again, this is the same table from a few proposals ago that shows that we issue very few of these permits to taxidermists. And again, that's it. The proposal is asking to change the 6-month waiting period to a 60-day waiting period, and we are here for any questions if you have them.
Thanks, and before we get started, I'd like to hear from Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just so there's transparency with the public and the listening audience, I did have, or I may even still have a current license. I don't know when it expired, but my former business burned down almost 2 years ago, and I haven't been practicing taxidermy since that shop has been burned down. I've been cutting moose meat and filleting fish.
So just to clarify, you don't have any financial interest whether we pass or fail this?
No financial interest. I can just give background.
Great. And it's nice to have expertise around. Member Wood.
I suspect I'll be hearing from Member Barrett, because I don't know why. Is there any state interest in telling a taxidermist that they can't get paid or can't proceed, whether it's 6 months, 1 year, or 2 days? Are we going to tell the airlines how much they can charge to transport it? I mean, what's the state interest in this? I would support an amendment to remove the regulation altogether.
Is that amendment being made?
I'm not making it.
Oh. Board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can see why a client might want to have some time, but I would also think that if the client was having issues with picking up or paying, that he would be in contact with the taxidermist and working out some kind of payment schedule or some other agreement to make things work. I think this is the case where there's absolutely no contact with the taxidermist and the client, and they're just asking for a shorter time period so they can, enact the sale. So that's kind of my thoughts.
You know, is it common for a taxidermist to have like a contract? Is it just like a handshake deal? Do you have to, my concern would be, somebody has this trophy and they get thrown in the hoosegow for 3 days and they're 1 day over and the taxidermist sells their, 190 class sheep or something, I'm just throwing a what if out there. Member Brett.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, as far as contracts go, it's as whatever the taxidermist, some have some more elaborate invoices with disclaimers on it or contract information. Others are, fairly simple like mine was. I did everything really simple and easy. I'm not opposed to getting rid of this. I mean, I know I get penalized if I'm a day late paying my electrical bill, and nobody seems to care where I'm at if I didn't pay my bill or what my financial condition is. I think of, having my truck worked on is the same thing. The auto mechanics that repair my stuff, there's penalties for not picking up the day they told you your stuff is ready to be done. So I believe, this was put in place, I don't know how long ago, to help protect the owner's property. But it's been very cumbersome. I don't think taxidermists would abuse it if we would eliminate the proposal or the regulation altogether. I mean, I knew about this thing, but the cumbersome of sending certified letters, waiting for them to come back, some would be returned to sender, and then bring all that documentation, the fishing game, get a permit. You may have to wait a little bit to get it, I don't know. I've only done a couple in the past. And then, try to sell some stuff. And then some of the stuff that I ended up with wasn't worth anything, Hunters got, bull caribou this big and wanted the velvet saved on it, and they wanted it on a panel, and once they got the bill, I never heard from them again. And there's no resale value. It's just like the prepared trophy, for somebody to shoot a big 65-inch moose, makes the book, you do all the taxidermy work and pay that bill. There's little profit to be gained by somebody reselling that shoulder mount. Besides just a small market that's out there, there's no profit in it. So I'll listen to other board members. I wouldn't be opposed to getting rid of it so they can operate like a normal business.
Is there any way we can amend this proposal to make the taxidermist produce the trophy in 6 months instead of like 28 years like they normally do? Member Loring.
Really good point. Just for reference, I just brought a set of moose antlers in. I was going to have a really nice mount, with the leather and the plaque and stuff, and took it to the proposer, the last two proposals, as a matter of fact, and I was charged 50% up front, and then I had an invoice that we had to sign, and so he got half the money that he was going to charge full time. So that's kind of the thing that they're doing now, at least the gentleman in 143 and 142 does, and which is perfectly fine. So I actually would support what the proposer's asking for here in 144, but I wouldn't support getting rid of it. I think we need to give some protection to the consumer. Thank you.
Captain Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just point out to the board, I guess, first of all, I think I believe we offered a comment on this, and the proposal is just simply to change the time frame from 6 months to 60 days, and we had no objection to that idea at all. I think I'll just remind the board, maybe I'll step on law's toes a little bit, but there were statements about getting rid of the entire regulation. This is a regulation that the board just addressed before lunch, so to get rid of the entire regulation would be to get rid of all permitting for sale of trophies, and as law pointed out, would then defer to Title 16, which prohibits all sale of big game trophies. So just remember that.
Member Wood.
In light of the trooper's comments and the fact that it'll probably take another hour and a half of time if I make such a proposed amendment, I will not be making it, and I'll be voting in favor of the proposal as submitted.
Thanks for that. Other board members, I guess I'm going to put a little intent on here. I can support the proposal as written as well. I think it's a pretty good happy medium, happy compromise. I think that it had a lot of worth, and I think it's a good one. Any other board members? Oh, Member Batchel.
Yes, I'd support this as well, and I agree with Member Loring that this also has the protections in there for the person that's bringing it to the taxidermist. So.
Great. With that being said, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 144. Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Mr. Loring.
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher.
Yes.
Mr. Gardner.
Yes.
Mr. Batchel.
Yes.
And Mr. Wood.
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 145, add Eurasian eagle owl to the list of animals allowed to be possessed in Alaska without a permit.
Mr. Chairman, move to take no action on Proposal 145 based upon the withdrawal by the proposer in PC 137.
Ask for unanimous consent about that. We have unanimous consent.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 146, exempt sterilized cats from the list of species prohibited from being released into the wild.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Okay, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Stephanie Bogle, and this presentation can be found on RC4, tab 13. And let's see if I can share the screen.
If I may, Mr. Chair, while we're getting geared up here, online with us right now is Stephanie Bogle. She is our permitting biologist, and she is located in Douglas. So she's the one who actually receives all these applications that we've been talking about. So we've tuned her in to present Proposal 146 for you.
Thanks. It's always welcome to have an expert.
All right, can you guys hear me okay? Can you see the presentation?
We do. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. All right, for the record, my name is Stephanie Bogle, as Natalie mentioned, the permit biologist, and these slides can be found on RC4 tab 13. Proposal 146 is to exempt sterilized cats from the list of species prohibited from being released into the wild. This is a public proposal that the department opposes. For background, 5 AAC 92.029, also known as the Clean List, allows cats, Felis catus, to be possessed without a permit and prohibits them from being released into the wild. This proposal references trap, neuter, or TNR programs. Currently, anyone can trap and neuter feral cats throughout Alaska. Proponents of TNR programs argue the proponents' work. They are cost efficient, sustainable, and a humane alternative to trap and euthanize. And these programs can increase the number of neuter cats in a given area and decrease the number of unwanted litters, thereby reducing the shelter and animal control costs. But they do increase the vaccination rates of the cats as well. However, with these programs, a study found that 71 to 94% of the population must be neutered and spayed to be effective. And according to the National Feline Research Center, intensive feral cat population censuses must be done before and after attempts at TNR to monitor direct effectiveness. Some of our biggest concerns are that feral cats are disease vectors to wildlife and humans. And when it comes to the vaccinations, those vaccinations are only valid when those boosters are maintained over the course of the life of the cat. And feral cats are ultimately a significant threat to wildlife. Again, this is Proposal 146 to exempt sterilized cats from the list of species prohibited from being released into the wild, and the department opposes this.
Thank you for that. Board members. Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you. What's her name? Thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate that. Quick question, do all sterilizations implemented on cats, are they all 100% effective, or can you sterilize a cat and then it's still, do a certain percentage of them have, able to have kits reproduce?
Through the chair, I believe they're all effective if the procedure's done correctly.
Thank you. Other board members, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Stephanie. I tried to lessen your workload before lunch today, but I wasn't successfully to do that. Feral cats are a significant threat to wildlife. Could you just expound on that just a little bit more?
Through the chair, absolutely. Yeah, so feral cats they're predators essentially, right? So they're an additional predator in our environment. So they can feed on other animals that are typically available for our native species. They can also be those vectors for diseases. That's also a significant threat to our wildlife, as they can pass those diseases on, especially when they're not contained or managed. They're feral. Those are the two biggest aspects of that, I would say.
All right, thank you.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Stephanie. I have a question. It might not be for you, it might be for Director Scott, but isn't there kind of a precedent already set for similar TNR with wolves in 40 Mile? Didn't we actually go out there and capture all the alpha males and sterilize them and put them back in the environment and so they couldn't breed? And I'm just kind of curious how that, might be apples and oranges, but seemed to me that was a success, and maybe the long game on this one might be also. I'm just still kind of thinking about that.
Through the chair, Member Loring, you're correct. There was a sterilization program undertaken in the 40-mile area, and that was in lieu of lethal predator removal. That was the focus. It was also done kind of as an experiment to see if it would work, and the time and money and things like that. And it's hard to argue that it doesn't work, but did you get enough of them? And as these other animals die out and new animals move in, that we're just back to the same thing. I think the other thing, though, is that, and it doesn't talk specifically about this, cats are found in all kinds of environments. It might be a barn cat. It might be a inner city cat. It's actually trying to get, my understanding, it'd be very difficult, if not impossible, to get a critical mass neutered where you could actually make an impact.
Thank you, Director Scott. I just knew we had that in place at one time, and you kind of had the advantage. You had packs were collared already. You already knew where the wolves were at. You were able to get, and then even the non-alpha males were, I think, even removed from the pack. So there's a lot more control on it. So, if we're able to do what we did there and catch all the male cats and release them, I think eventually we might, but we just can't do that. I understand that, so appreciate the explanation.
Any other questions, comments from board members? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just kind of say some comments. We've had this on the board before, and one of the more compelling things that I think that comes to me is, if we do this and allow this and set them free, we're setting them up for failure or for a really miserable life. That I've seen a few before in some of these villages in 30, 40 below weather, and their ears are all gone, the tails are off, they're all scratched, they're like walking skeletons. So I just don't think this is a humane thing to do for them, and I can't be in support of this.
Thanks for that, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm also opposed to this proposal, and to add to Member Hoffman's list too, or comments, it's been told to us that feral cats are, disease vectors to wildlife and humans, and feral cats are a significant threat to wildlife, so I can't see why we'd want to release sterile cats into a wild environment.
Other board members, Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I can't support this either, but I think that there's some validity to this principle. I know that these cats are taken out of the environment first, trapped, and then released back into the same place they're at. So they've already been surviving in that. And plus the SPCA and some of the other groups that are doing this, I'm sure would do it humanely, and do it proper with the veterinarian, that kind of stuff. But again, I won't be supporting this. I just want to make a couple points. I don't think we're going to be inhumane to them if we do it, but it might not be the best idea. Thank you.
And just to clarify, there's nothing that says it's against the law to live trap a feral cat and rehabilitate that cat to be a good domestic partner. There's no law against that, is there?
Correct, Mr. Chair. There is no law against that, no.
Yeah, I would encourage folks to maybe try to do that, but I'm kind of going to echo every other member here. With that, any further discussion? Member Bechtel.
Yeah, I'd like to point out too, there were 10 ACs that were opposed to this proposal. And echoing other things that brought up, I'm really concerned about their threat to wildlife when released back into that environment.
Thanks for that. Any further discussion, or we're ready for the question, I think?
No, I'd like to be present when you redo that feral cat, but with that, I'll call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 146. Mr. Barrett.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Mr. Wood.
No.
Mr. Bechtel.
No.
Mr. Garner.
No.
Chairman Fletcher.
No.
Mr. Loring.
No.
Proposal fails 0 to 7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 147, delegate authority from the Board of Game to the Commissioner of the Department of Fish and Game.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department, whenever you're ready.
I'm going to take this lead here
All right.
from this chair. So in short, Proposal 147 transfers authority from the board to the department to manage Alaska's clean list for pets and livestock in Alaska. All exotic mammal, bird, and reptile species that have been specifically approved for entry or possession in Alaska appear on the clean list that you just reviewed under authority of 5 AAC 92029, and this regulation is tied to the board's statutory authority. If a species does not appear on the list, it may not be imported or possessed as a pet or livestock, and the department cannot issue a permit for it. Regulatory proposals to change a clean list are only taken up by the Board of Game during statewide meetings, which occur once every 3 years. This proposal would allow such proposals to be acted upon more quickly and avoid any potential delays due to board scheduling. For instance, if somebody wanted to do something after this board meeting is done, in terms of adjusting the clean list, they would have to wait 3 years to your next statewide meeting. This proposal would allow such proposals to be acted upon more quickly and avoid any potential delays due to board scheduling. By transferring the authority, this allows Alaskans to petition the commissioner instead of the board to add a species to the clean list, streamlining the process while still ensuring a robust scientific review to protect Alaska's valuable wildlife populations from a variety of negative effects that can result from the contact of native species with non-native species. In transferring the clean list to add or remove a species, the commissioner would still need to provide public notice and an opportunity for the public to comment in accordance with the Alaska Administrative Procedures Act. Wildlife conservation staff already conduct this review for proposals in front of the board, as you just heard with feral cats, so transferring the authority from the board to the commissioner to make the decision really has little impact. The department will likely see an increased number of requests to add different species to the clean list, at least initially, and will need to develop a process and standards for submitting and addressing those petitions. Division of Wildlife Conservation staff would need to review each petition to ensure minimal impact on Alaska's indigenous species before the commissioner approves or denies a request. The new process will be developed in a way that ensures sufficient staff time to evaluate these requests outside of the current 3-year board cycle and does not rise to a level that requires additional staffing due to any potential increased workload. Outside of staff time, there's no fiscal impact associated with this proposal other than updating website information and regulations. These costs can be absorbed by the department and will not anticipate an increased expense in personnel services in the long term. Finally, if the board transfers its authority over the clean list to the department would agree to report any activity with respect to the clean list at the board's annual once every 3 years for the statewide board meeting. In closing, the department supports Proposal 147 as it increases administrative efficiency. Proposals to change the clean list are only taken up by the Board of Game once every 3 years. By transferring the authority to manage the clean list to the commissioner, this streamlines the process while still ensuring a robust scientific review to protect Alaska's valuable wildlife populations. And I just might finally add, if I had reviewed Proposal 146, I would have come to the same conclusion as the board on that proposal. Thank you. Be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from board members. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. I'd like to get a couple things on record. And first one is the last animal we put on the clean list, and tell me if I'm wrong, was the emu. Has there been anything since then? I don't think so.
I don't think there's been anything since then.
And was there any problem with delay on that one? I mean, that really affected anything? I know they might have had to wait a while, but did we inconvenience anybody by going through the statewide board process on that?
It basically took about 3 years to get the emu on the clean list, and that then put enforcement in the department in this really odd situation of, we knew emus were in the state, they were not on the clean list, they were being held, and eventually we thought emus would be added because they didn't represent a threat to wildlife, but we were in this position, do we confiscate those animals, those birds, or not?
And as I recall, we were in that position before with ferrets. I know we confiscated ferrets in the past, and spiny anteaters or some other weird things that we finally agreed to have, but that we were kind of in the same boat as that in the past. So we were able to work our way through it, through the board process. And are you expecting? Can I continue? Are you expecting to have additional species come up soon that that you might be looking at that may inconvenience those people if we have to go, from 3 years from now?
Well, I suspect that would be dependent upon what the public wants to petition to have taken, put onto the clean list. I have no way of foretelling what that may or may not be. But, you don't see a lot of them, but the ones you do see, if they come in next year, they would have to wait another 2 years to be heard by the board.
Thank you for that. And like this Eurasian Eagle Owl one that came on, the user group that works with that gentleman convinced him to withdraw it because it wasn't appropriate in the formatting. He's going to go about it a different way, but so there's very few requests that come through. The EMU was several years ago, maybe 3 or 4 years ago. And before that, I can't even remember when the last request was. So, I understand your thoughts, but I guess I don't see, a real acute problem with folks waiting right now. But I'm just like to hear other comments from the board.
Member Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I got a question for Law about this one, and see if I can get the verbiage right. So last January, the legislature took a vote on this, and where the Board game is essentially an extension of the legislature, right? An arm of, and they voted on this and it failed 36 to 23. So if they voted it down, is it over with? I mean, would our vote trump theirs?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, what the legislature took up was an executive order, and that was a different action. This is, I believe, this is more narrow. This is more narrow than that, so I think you can address that without being in conflict with what happened in the legislature last year.
Thank you.
Would somebody refresh my memory of how one comes up with a commissioner? How's the process that a commissioner comes to being?
Not sure I understand your question.
Does the joint, like when there's a new commissioner, does the joint board have to meet? They submit a list of names to the governor, and then the governor picks from those names. Is that correct or no?
So the governor will appoint an acting commissioner, and then there'll be an application process that goes through the Board of Fish and Board of Game, a joint hearing, where you would do interviews, and then you submit a list of names to the governor, and then the governor can select from that list of names or send it back to you for further consideration. And then that person becomes the interim commissioner, and then eventually the commissioner is voted on by the legislature for confirmation.
Cool. Thank you for that. Member Garner.
Yeah, kind of would just talk through the proposal for clarification. It seems that the goal is to expedite the permitting process, but still allow public input, with the permitting process only happening every 3 years. As you were reviewing the proposal, you mentioned in there the public is allowed to petition the commissioner, and public notice and public input is required. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so we would get a proposal, and then we would do the same work we do with, when you get a proposal, we would go through the scientific analysis, we would come up with a recommendation that would then go through the Administrative Procedures Act. We would publish a decision, take public comment on it, or propose a decision, and then based on the public comment, make a final decision.
Yeah, hearing, the public testimony regarding this, the number one issue seemed to be everything that I've heard and read has been the concern over public input into that process. And it seems by changing this, you would still allow the public to provide their input. So I would see no issue with it.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I explore a little bit further on the last comments? So how do you foresee the public input process to happen? Are you going to put something online and hopefully they respond, or are you going to have a meeting like this, or what is your public input process?
So we would publish a proposed rule, probably put it on our website, get it out there, and then basically take public comment for probably 60 to 120 days, whatever we need to get based on the judgment that you have. People could ask for an extension if they thought it was very controversial. Then at the end of that decision, we would make a finding, a decision, and that would then go to the lieutenant governor for signature.
Thank you for that. So, once all that's done, then the commissioner alone would then make the decision, yes or no, based on everything he has, instead of a seven-member board in this public process that everybody in the public seems to like, and as far as their comments go. Is that correct?
So I would be making that decision rather than you.
Member Wood.
I think what we shouldn't lose sight on it, that this is a public initiated process, number one. Number two, why do we want to subject them to wait 3 years as opposed to 1 when they're going through the same process and the same criteria is going to be used to judge whether it's listed or is not listed, et cetera? So what you're doing is making it easier on the public and a quicker answer for the public. And I see no state purpose served by making them wait for the next cycle to come around on a statewide meeting. And maybe someone can tell me what's to be gained by that, but right now I'm very much in favor of 147.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for the commissioner, or clarity. So if you had changes on the clean, if you had the authority to make changes on the clean list, would you come just once every 3 years, or at a regularly scheduled meeting after, as our department updates at a regularly scheduled meeting?
We could do it either way you'd like. Since it's your authority that you're delegating it to me, I figured I'd do it once every 3 years, since that's how you're currently taking it up, but we'd be glad to do it annually at your work session.
Yeah, and I'm not opposed to that, but if we delegated the authority to you, I don't know if we'd necessarily have it on a 3-year cycle anymore.
Yeah, so we'd be happy to report to you annually at your work session.
Yeah, thank you. I'm in support of this too. I think the public is much more serviced, especially the public that's wanting to bring in, what we would determine exotic animals or non-indigenous species. That's a better term. Most of those people don't know the board process, which, ignorance is not a real good excuse, but it would be more customer friendly. If, because generally they somehow, either through law enforcement or somebody else, they gravitate towards the department to figure out how they can get whatever kind of bird they want to have in their house lawfully. And this would also maybe help alleviate somebody that was naive to our clean list, bringing in a species like the emu or some others that member Loring mentioned, that, potentially getting these things confiscated. The state's got to, house them, take care of them, and go through, are you expecting the state to pay for emus for 3 years, at a farm somewhere while they're waiting on the Board of Game to have a scheduled meeting? So I think there's a lot more advantages to allowing the department to have this authority than it is to have it once every 3 years in the Board of Games authority.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a little counter to that, because of all the public testimony about this on the other side, and a lot of them, what they're saying to me is they understand that that is a benefit of that, but they prefer it being left in the purview of the Board of Game because of its scrutiny process. It's longer. They want it that way as a safeguard, and it goes through, I guess, a couple more layers, which adds to the time period. So maybe we could talk about that a little bit.
I just remind you, if you delegate the authority to me and you end up not liking that delegation of authority, you can always remove that delegation. So to me, that's the safeguard that you have in place in this whole thing.
I wasn't aware of that either. Other questions from board members, comments from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be supporting this, but I do want to just put on the record that most of the comments, except for probably 95 comments, were opposed to it for various reasons, and they just like the board process a little bit better than the commissioner's process. But I can definitely see the advantages of moving something through quicker, and as long as we still have that public process and maybe a little bit more outreach to the public other than just an online thing. I'm not sure how we do that, but so we can get more input, because trying to go to the state webpage every day and look for something. Some folks do that every day, you know, but I don't. And I might not ever see it. And I know I've been burned in the past with some federal stuff that organization pertained to us, and I never knew it happened until somebody from Fish and Game says, hey, are you looking at this? And by then it was too late. So maybe a little bit more outreach I would feel comfortable with, but I'll be supporting this proposal. Thank you.
Other board members, questions, concerns, intent, anything like that? If not, no further discussion. We might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, before we do, maybe I'll just check with Department of Law. Is everything clear with regards to what the board needs to do with delegating this, if I may, sir?
Oh, sure. Thank you.
Thank you through the chair. I guess just if the board can discuss if the intention is to delegate everything about managing the list from 5 AAC 92029, or if it's just to manage the species or the ability to change factors. Just there's a lot in there besides just the number, just what species are on the list. So the board should be clear about the scope of the delegation within the regulatory framework.
I think it's probably appropriate then that we take a little recess here and we become familiar with all those before we can talk about it, because just to be honest with you, I don't know all the ins and the outs and nuances of that. So could you repeat that one more time, Kimberly?
Sure, Mr. Chair. Is the board members should discuss if the delegation is for all of 5 AAC 92.029, or if it's just for part of what the board's authority currently is under that regulation.
Thanks. We'll take 10 minutes to do that.
Oh.
Anything else, Al, before that?
I just thought the proposal was pretty clear that it was talking about 029. Oh, that's 146. Yeah, they have it in there, 92029. So as far as, that's what the proposal was requesting, is all of 029 in the regulations. And so, yeah, I got it. I think I understand it.
I think I might be the one that needs a little bit of more education, so I apologize. But we're going to go ahead, Cheryl.
Just to add a little bit to what Kimberly just said, if you look at the regulations sections H and I, those are factors on what's to be considered to add or remove a species from the clean list. Are you delegating to the commissioner then the ability to change those factors? Just as one example.
Thanks for that. You got a question? Member Garner.
Just for clarification, that is, you're asking, are we allowing the commissioner to change the actual regulation, the .029? Those terms? I don't think that's included in the proposal, but.
Member Wood.
In the proposal book, they talk in terms of species, and that's what I assume we were primarily focused on. I wasn't speaking about changing, they didn't have any ability to change regulations, et cetera, at all.
And that's not my intent.
Well, I think this is a good discussion, and I will, unless somebody else has something, can I take 10 minutes here? All right, let's take 10 minutes. Thanks. On this, and I'll open it back up here for board discussion, board questions, and, maybe just to lead off, like here a little bit. Does the board do this a little bit with waterfowl regulations now at all? Do we give Fish and Game the ability to kind of adjust things before we see it regulatorily? Kimberly or Director Scott or Natalie or?
Mr. Chair, yes, we do. And I think Ms. Weber can speak to this probably more eloquently than I can, but the board has delegated authority to the department to handle waterfowl regulations to address changes in the federal scheme as they come up. But the board can still address waterfowl regulations during their regularly scheduled meetings. The delegation just allows the department to keep things up to speed as they occur.
And then, Member Barrett, do you think you could kind of state for the record so we're really clear what we're dealing with here? Because there's a little bit of, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for clarity and so everybody understands what's being delegated to the department or commissioner, it's going to be 5 AAC 92.029 A and B. Are there the only two what we call those, the two paragraphs, A and B. Nothing beyond B will be included in this delegation.
Thanks for that. Other board members, Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, question to the commissioner or Law or Natalie, anyone. Has this authority ever been in the commissioner's purview?
Not that I'm aware of. And A and B is what I was looking for in terms of delegated authority.
You want to keep on going, Vice Chairman?
Yeah, well, since I have the mic here, I guess, I personally, I don't have no problem giving this authority to the commissioner on everything we've been talking about, efficiency, 1 year versus 3 years. But as a board member, in the way I've almost always, lean towards the AC process and I'm given all their concerns and I'm going to have to side with the ACs on this one and vote oppose this one.
Board members, any more comments or anything? I guess this is my way of thinking. It's a pretty closed system for a farmer. And I know we're talking, we're talking emus and stuff like that. And we might not be talking something that you even farm, but it's a pretty closed system, for a farmer. And it's a pretty crazy burden to make them wait up to 3 years to perhaps, have an animal that they want to raise or, procreate for profit or, whatever. So I think we really got a decision here whether to delegate this authority to the commissioner or we put it on the roll every year. Every year, we'll talk about it every year. So, I think that's kind of what we got to come down here if we're going to make this like a, I guess a fair system. And if anybody wants to have any sort of talk about that, I'd love to hear it. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure the commissioner is going to look at, when we're talking about things like, talking about farm animals, but some serious issues with farm animals like goats and sheep and the diseases they carry and what the Department of Agriculture requires before they even come in. He'll take all that consideration, and if there's an issue there, I'm sure that animal won't be approved. And, so I'm fully comfortable with those kind of decisions because there are some domestic animals out there that it could very well be detrimental to our wild populations, and our wild sheep are especially susceptible to some of those things, and we've heard reports on that in the past. And so my comfort level there is okay. Putting this on the rolls every year, or having it come up on the call for proposals every year, I'm not sure how we go about doing that. What kind of change that would take. That could probably just a board action, I think, because I know with an area that I was pretty familiar with, I was able to get it pushed back to every 2 cycles, with falconry, and maybe we can talk about that, but I'm pretty comfortable with the commissioner, taking all the available data, through his support staff and everybody, his permit biologists and his veterinarians and everybody else, giving them input into the pros and cons of each animal that he's looking at, that he has a request for, giving it a thorough 100% review on before he makes that decision.
Other board members, comments, intent, concern? Member Garner.
Maybe just a clarification, at what level, if we're looking at the board getting together and doing this annually, where do you take that down to somebody has a hybrid pet or a support animal that's not on the list? Is that something that this body takes up? Is that a normal level of involvement?
And, I don't know if I have the answer for that. I appreciate the question, though. Anybody, Member Wood.
Level of involvement's not going to change. If it needs action as far as getting onto a list, it's going to be the same whether you bring it in front of the board or whether you bring it in front of the commissioner. That's not going to change at all. And I say this somewhat jokingly, if you do it through the board, you're just adding additional work on the board every year that they meet. And if you give it to the commissioner, we're getting him to earn his dollars, his high-paying job.
Thanks for that. Any further discussion here? Member Loring.
Thank you. My comfort level with the commissioner making the right decisions is good. My comfort level with the AC's opposition and the public's opposition to it, I don't feel really good about that. There's a lot of opposition to this move. As far as work for the board, we have one every 5 years. There's no additional work for the board than any other proposals. I don't see that to be an issue, but again, I'm comfortable with the commissioner making the right decision through his support staff and the resources he has to look at each one of these requests and move forward with it. Just as long as there's public notice and it's more than just something that's published on a website that nobody looks at, type thing. I'm not sure how we go about changing that, but as long as the public can stay engaged, then I'm comfortable with it.
Thanks for that. Member Brett.
Yeah, just in case people don't know, if you want to receive public notices whenever they're posted, which is usually at least once a day, you can go to the state website and get on the list of public notices. You rarely ever see, on a good day, there's maybe 25. Actually, if you start reading them, they get really interesting because there's some odd stuff for public notice to look at. So it's good with a cup of coffee in the morning.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll reiterate my position here. The AC's on record. It was 8-2, and then quite a list of public comments, all in opposition to this. But I have no disagreement that I would have been personally really comfortable giving this authority to the commissioner. But just because of the extra layers of scrutiny, I think that the public perceives in this, and that the extra layers that are involved, I'm going to have to side with them on this like I usually do. So I'll be a no vote.
Board members, more intent, questions, comments? If not, we might be ready for the
Call a question.
question. The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 147. Member Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Batesville?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Proposal carries by a vote of 6 yeas to 1 nay.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 148, impose certain conditions Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 148, impose certain conditions on the Commissioner's ability to implement an intensive management plan following its adoption by the Board of Game.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 148 to impose conditions on the commissioner's ability to implement intensive management was submitted by the public, and the department is opposed to the proposal. Just give a little bit of background on current processes. Alaska statute instructs the board to adopt regulations to provide for intensive management programs to restore the abundance or productivity of big game prey populations that have been identified as necessary to achieve human consumptive use goals set by this board. And the board identifies those populations and sets both population and harvest objectives in 5A AC 92108. Continuing on down the slide, there's another statute that prohibits the take of free-ranging wolves and wolverine the same day a person has been airborne, unless as part of a permitted intensive management program. There's a regulation adopted by the board that provides the sideboards and general provisions for the implementation of all wolf control programs, and that particular regulation is the one the board will be discussing with this proposal. So the proposal asks for additional steps before implementing control. And to get a feel for what this looks like now, intensive management until a couple days ago was for moose, caribou, deer, and the board just recently considered adding sheep and chose to do so. So the regulations that, there are identified big game prey populations and objectives set in regulations by this board. Those are for population and harvest objectives. So the board first determines if the big game prey population is identified as important for providing high levels of harvest for human consumptive use. And the board sets a positive finding, a population objective, and a harvest objective for those. With the exception of deer in units 1 and 3, those population and harvest objectives are all a range. Actual intensive management plans are found in codified, the 92-111 to 127 thereabouts. And these codified intensive management plans also contain the objectives that are in 92-108. But in addition to that, they have objectives for predator populations, and many of them have instructions for where in the range of the population and or harvest objectives to aim for. All the existing intensive management objectives for caribou and moose populations are a range, and most of the IM plans instruct the department to manage for the midpoint of the objectives. Current regulations allow maximum flexibility for the department to implement intensive management to keep both the harvest and population within the range of objectives set by the board. Also, all plans have an expiration date. The department submits proposals to renew plans even if they're not active or have not been active. And all plans instruct the commissioner to review, modify, or suspend. Reasons include when the midpoint of the intensive management population and harvest objectives are achieved, if after 3 years the harvest of predators is not sufficient to make progress toward intensive management objectives, if there's been no detectable increase in the total harvest of a species, and even if the predator objectives have been met, so there's a range in there. So once there is a positive intensive management finding established and an intensive management plan codified, the department will, at this point in time, have done a feasibility assessment and have created an operational plan before implementing control activities. So those two pieces are separate from the board process, though we do report to the board with both of those things. And both are also placed on our website so the public can see what we're up to and a general idea of where in the state this is occurring. So this orange underlined text is the proposed changes to the existing regulation. So you can see here it's asking to add additional steps to that original 92-110 that I mentioned earlier, which is the sideboards for how these programs occur. And that language is found in the proposal, so I'll spare you having to listen to me read it. The department has been tasked by the legislature in statute to intensively manage populations for high levels of human consumptive use. The current process of renewing intensive management plans when the population is within objectives allows the department the ability to implement intensive management without having to submit a proposal to the board outside of the regular cycle of board meetings for those regions. And it appears the proponent wants the department to let the plans expire until the intensive management prey populations are below objectives, at which point the department would need to submit a proposal or possibly an agenda change request out of cycle to establish the regulations to allow the department to implement intensive management. This could diminish the effectiveness of the IM process, jeopardizing the department's ability to meet its statutory mandate by taking valuable time which would negatively impact the prey population and result in an avoidably lengthy rebound period. Current regulations allow the department the ability to implement intensive management as needed, as the legislature intended. The department's day-to-day management of wildlife and administration of these regulations adopted by the board are not subject to the Administrative Procedures Act. The department publishes feasibility studies on its website related to predator control programs, along with a host of other information to make such information available to the public. So, we take a look at this proposal. This will require the department to take additional steps before implementing intensive management. It creates some conflicting regulations, and it removes the ability to follow existing intensive management plans that instruct the department to manage for the midpoint of the objectives. It will require the department to publicly notice for comment when the department intends to implement aerial wolf control. And the Administrative Procedures Act and the requirements for public notice and comment periods are only applicable to the development of regulations. So again, this proposal is to impose conditions on the commissioner's ability to implement the intensive management programs. It was submitted by the public, and the department is opposed to the proposal. And I believe Director Scott has some additional words for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I guess to put this in a real life example for you to consider, we were able to, we recognized we were at an area of moose density in Unit 16. We were able to turn that on and get the SDA pilots out and working. The same can be said for Unit 20E this year. Once we completed survey work in December, recognized we were below the midpoint of the objective. The plan was in place, and we were able to actually, get people out and get working pretty quickly. This would just, I recognize the intent of the proposal, but those are two very real examples that have happened within just the last, few months.
Member Wood.
Earlier in the week at my invitation, I met with the Alliance along with Mr. Taylor for breakfast and went over all this in more relaxed setting and much more time devoted to it. And we didn't come to an understanding, but nonetheless, I'd like Law to comment, because my take of the intensive management program was this particular one was for 6 years. Now, if you have a plan that's already been authorized for 6 years, I don't see anywhere in statute where it differentiates between active or inactive. And what I'm getting at, and I'd like your comment on, is if indeed you have a goal of reaching X level of your prey, and you reach that during that 6 years, they still retain jurisdiction, in my opinion. The commission still retains jurisdiction to implement the plan should he make that determination that it falls down back below, so that you don't have to be coming back to the board at that point in time, whether it's active or inactive. I don't see where that has anything to do with it. Can you help me out here?
Through the chair, Member Wood, I'm going to be a little bit cautious on what I say. We're in litigation with both of the parties that you had breakfast with. So to the extent you're discussing ongoing litigation, I'm not going to get into that. But I do agree with what I think your position is, that once the board authorizes a program, then the department has the authority to implement it if and when it's needed.
Okay, we're saying the same thing, just going about it a little bit different. So what is there any basis in statute or regulation to differentiate between active and inactive?
Through the chair, again, we're in litigation over this issue with Mr. Taylor in Unit 15C. So I would like to speak in more general terms. The statute is found in 1605-255. Aerial take of wolves and wolverine is addressed in 1605-783. The commissioner has the authority over administrative budgeting and financial aspects. The board can ask for a program, can put the authorization on the books if it's needed. The commissioner always has the authority to implement that program or not. The people on the ground are looking at the conditions on the ground. They are letting the public know what's happening. They're posting all of their information on their website all of the time. It's a very public process. But once it gets to the implementation and the day-to-day management, that's not subject to the APA, and I think that's the point that was being made here.
Yeah, and bear with me, Chair, if you would, for a moment. I'm not addressing these comments to that specific case. I'm trying to figure out what we're bound to by statute and regulation and what we're not, and how an intensive management plan is managed. And I don't see where there's any distinction between a period of time in which it's actively being implemented from that period of time that it's not. And if there's something in statute or regulation, I'd like you to refer me to it. If there's not, just tell me there's nothing in regulation that addresses it.
Through the chair, Member Wood, there is a regulation that specifically says that the commissioner can stop when it's no longer necessary. And I'm paraphrasing here because I'm not reading the actual regulation to you. That was actually cited in Mr. Taylor's lawsuit.
And I hate to make assumptions. I would assume he could restart it if he felt necessary during that period of time. Is that correct? You're shaking your head, yes.
Yes, that's correct. And again, the commissioner has the discretion to, and has control over what things that the department spends money on and how programs are administered, of course, consistent with the guidance provided by the board.
I don't disagree with a word you said. Thank you.
I really appreciate that line of questioning. Other board members? Concerns? Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The way I read this proposal, it really ties up the commissioner. The way I see it, and the way I believe I'm interpreting what this proposer has wrote is, he would, once he wanted to implement a predator control plan or operation, he'd have to give public notice, which would last 30 days. Then, public comments would come in, and then it would take another 30 days typically, from my understanding of departments and agencies, to analyze those public comments. And then they would post another public notice with a final decision. So, potentially you're looking at 60 days of, having the department try to pre-plan an operation or a plan. When sometimes, weather conditions, where animals have moved, sometimes they move in a different location. It would be very cumbersome and almost tie the hands of the department where they couldn't be effective at the right time.
Other board members? Concerns? Intent? Questions? Anything, Member Brett?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't intend to support this proposal. I think it's very cumbersome and it's unneeded and unnecessary.
I definitely think it would hamper the effectiveness. Any other board members? Member Garner?
Yeah, I look at the board as governing. Previous board created a plan, and the implementation is up to the department, and this would hinder that.
Other board members? Member Batestel?
Yeah, there were 9 ACs clearly against this, in opposition to this proposal. And they were worried about the hindrance it would give to the commissioner to pull out an IM plan.
Thanks for that. Any other comments on this? I think we've had a pretty good discussion, especially with law over this, and we got a lot on the record. I think with that being said, we might be ready for the question.
Call a question.
The question's been called.
The board's heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 148. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Brett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No. Whoops, who'd you call?
Mr. Loring?
I'm sorry.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Mr. Batestel?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No for a second time.
Proposal fails, 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 149, add the Nushagak and Togiak ACs to the applicable subunits for authorizing antlerless moose hunts, and move the Stony Hulitna AC from the western region to the interior region.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I think Christie's going to lead us through this one from up here. Just wait for him a second.
I am, Mr. Chair, thank you. Proposal 149 would add the Nushagak and Togiak ACs to the applicable subunits for authorizing antlerless moose hunts, and moves the Stony Helena AC from the western region to the interior region. Specifically, the proposal adds Nushagak AC to Unit 17B, it adds Togiak AC to Unit 17C, and it moves the Stony Helena AC from the western region to the interior region. And that aligns with the regulations for which the Stony Helena is created under 5AC Chapter 96. This proposal was submitted by the department, and the department supports it. And before you is a substitute language which can be found in RC 191. I discovered something that we had overlooked with the creation of the proposal, so that that RC reflects that, but I'll wait until you want to put that on the table. One more thing, Mr. Chair, I should say that this presentation can be found in RC 4 tab 15.
I think that maybe for a point of clarification, there's some language that's been suggested in RC that we might want to have in front of us. Member Wood.
I'd move to incorporate the highlighted or bold language found in RC 191 into the appropriate places.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I'll ask for unanimous consent on that. Looking up and down here, everybody's good with that. Everybody has that RC in front of them right now. Any comments on this? I think this is pretty cut and dry. I think it's a good move. It's a good catch. That's my opinion. Any other questions or concerns, Member Lurie?
Thank you. Wonder if we can just get kind of an overview on how the approval of the RCs for the moose hunts in their area works. I know we're going to eventually get into some more antlers hunts, and maybe we can just get an overview real quick on how we get those approved and what the AC approval method means statutorily, if we could.
We
I mean,
can,
since we're adding ACs to this through 191.
Through the chair, Mr. Loring, I can tell you that there currently are no antlerless moose hunts in subunits 17B and 17C. So if there ever were antlerless moose hunts, then the board would look to both Togiak ACs and Nushagak ACs for authorizing those hunts.
Director Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to Member Loring's question, I'll just read we happen to have the regulatory language right here in front of us. 5 AAC 98.005, areas of jurisdiction for antlerless moose seasons. For the purposes of implementing statute 1605-780, antlerless moose seasons require approval by the majority of the active local advisory committees for the effective game management unit or subunit. For the purposes of this section, an active local advisory committee is a committee that holds a meeting and acts on the proposal. The following advisory committees, as established in 5 AAC 96021, have jurisdiction over antlerless moose hunts in the units and subunits specified. I'll stop there, but suffice it to say, each game management unit, all the way down to the subunit in regulation, has the advisory committees identified that require reauthorization. The practical aspect of that is, it is a statutory requirement that they're reauthorized every year, and then, throughout the year, but certainly as we get into fall, knowing that these reauthorizations are coming, we work with the advisory committees and encourage them to vote, and then bring those votes to the board, but they also do that themselves, so that's generally how the process works.
Okay, I appreciate that, just since we're starting to talking about eventually more antlerless proposals here. Just want to let the folks here in the room and the listening public kind of understand how that works, because it's not really something to deal with every day, and it's a pretty important process. It's required under statute. Thank you.
Director Scott.
Yeah, through the chair. I agree. It's a very important process. You know, biologically, antlerless moose hunts are important, you know, for us to be able to keep control of the moose herd, the abundant size. It's also important for us to move towards harvest objectives that this board establishes for us. And it's a real bummer when we find out that we've lost antlerless hunts, which this board has experienced recently.
Other board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, reading the department's proposal and comments, this is almost, you know, was an oversight, so maybe more of a housekeeping from a couple errors made in the past. So, you know, I fully intend to support this, and I appreciate the discussion on antlerless hunts or antlerless reauthorization.
Any other board members? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 149 as amended with the bold underline under RC 191. Mr. Batesville?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 150, reauthorize resident grizzly brown bear tag fee exemptions throughout the interior and northeast Alaska.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for this next group of proposals, as is common when we meet out of cycle statewide meetings, whatnot, we don't have in-depth presentations prepared for these. We have done an analysis and recommendation, which has been submitted as part of the record copy, and the department does support all of the proposals listed in this section, all of the brown bear tag fee exemption reauthorizations and the antlerless moose hunt reauthorizations. For Proposal 150 in particular, we, again, the department submitted the proposal as is required annually, and we support it.
Discussion from board members. You know, we hear public, Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't mean to, I apologize for interrupting. We present these as a group typically, as Ms. Weber just mentioned. However, we will need to discuss Proposal 162 specifically.
Thanks for that. And, you know, and I'm talking specifically about 150 here. We have a lot of public comment that says they really enjoy, you know, this perk, having a, you know, be exempting from having a, you know, the fee that's associated with the brown bear tag. And I'm gonna support this. Any other board members? Member Brett.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I fully intend to support this. There's 11 ACs that commented, and none were opposed to it. I think we're, you know, the ACs get to weigh in on reauthorization, especially for antlerless moose, so it holds a lot of weight.
Thanks for that. Other board members? Member Batesville.
Yeah, I intend to support this too because of the public testimony that came in about the tag fee exemptions.
Thanks for that. Any other board members' comments? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you pull the board, please, Christie?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 150. Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Batesville?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 151, reauthorize the current resident tag fee exemptions for brown bear in Units 18.
Second.
22, 23, and 26A. Sorry, I was on the other page.
Oh, I'm sorry. Second again.
Department, we realize it might just be a very brief, but
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Correct. This one we submitted. We support it. So do the ACs. It's the standard reauthorization for Arctic and Western Alaska. No concerns with the populations. All that good stuff still applies. So no concerns. We would like this one approved as well.
I would just like to mimic my comments on the previous proposal. Member Brett.
I would concur with that and also put on the record that there was no ACs in opposition.
Any further comments from board members? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 151. Mr. Huffman?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Batesville?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
I believe we're getting into the reauthorization of antlerless moose. I think the board here has the option here to address most of these together. However, there is one exception. Natalie, do you want to speak to that exception?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is one exception. We recently learned that we do not have the necessary advisory committee votes to reauthorize Proposal 162 in this suite of proposals.
Thank you for that. Member Wood. 162. So just to make that clear, for board members, 162, we were unable to take any action on. That being said, Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When it's appropriate, I would like to make some comments on 162. If the board wants to take their action, I recognize you can't do anything with it, but I do have some comments on it.
Great, thank you for that.
Mr. Chair, I move to reauthorize and adopt Proposal 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 163, 164, and 165.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, just to make it really clear, 162 was not in that suite. Discussion from board members. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be supporting this reauthorization on those proposals that Vice Chairman just talked about. They have advisory committee support. It's a tool in Fish and Game's toolbox to manage those populations in those areas and also provide additional opportunity and food for the residents in the areas that those antlerless moose hunts occur. So I'll be supporting those.
Other board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would note that 1AC and 159 was not in support. I think they may have had authority in there. And the same AC didn't support in 20B, just one. Eagle. 1AC, I believe that had maybe have authority and, oh, no, I don't think so. But there was 1AC opposed in 20E. Just for the record.
Yep, and I think okay. Any other questions on this, guys, comments on this, intent on this? I think Member Loring encompassed my thoughts on this perfectly. I'd like to echo his comments. With that being said.
Call a question.
The question has been called.
Board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. And just to clarify, we're talking about proposal 152, 153, 154, 55, 156, 157, 58, 159, 160, 161. We're excluding 162, 163, and 164, and 165. So with that being said, will you pull the board, please, Christie?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on adopting those proposals you just specified, Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Loring. Yes. Chairman Fletcher.
Yes.
Mr. Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Batesville.
Yes.
Mr. Wood.
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Those proposals carry 7-0.
At this point in time, Director Scott, if you want to speak about 162.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate the opportunity. So 162 is reauthorize the antlerless moose seasons in Unit 20E. I guess I want to make sure that it's clear and transparent. There are no hunts planned for Unit 20E at this point. I do anticipate they're going to come up in the future. And oddly enough, we literally started a predator control program in Unit 20E. And now we don't have the opportunity to take advantage of the potential for an increased harvest in that area. All due respect to the advisory committees that weigh in on this. And I appreciate everybody's dedication, the time and commitment. These are tough. There are a lot of tough issues. The AC that essentially sunk this is on, I mean, it's as far away as you can get from 20E. But they had the votes to actually bring this down. Now, there are other ACs that voted the same way. However, as we've seen in this board, if you go back and look in the records, there are just certain places that are not going to support antlerless hunts. It's really difficult to justify an intensive management plan in a unit if we're not going to be able to take advantage of what we may potentially grow. I've talked to the board about this before. I realize there's not a lot we can do about it at this point. There are no hunts, planned this year for sure. Probably not likely next year, but it's just the premise of the whole thing that, we go through the effort to get it to the board. You go through the effort of reviewing it and deciding to do it. It helps us control the moose population. That's a biological issue. But it also helps us reach harvest objectives that the board has put in regulation. As we go through this, and I hope folks are listening, it's just extremely difficult to wrestle with why would we put time and money into a predator control program when we can't take advantage of the animals that, either we already grew, because we have plenty of examples that we could not get an antlerless hunt after doing predator control. This one's a potential. I'll give it that. I appreciate the opportunity to put that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that.
Can we do a motion to take no action on 162?
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 162.
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Looking up, down, everybody's nodding, unanimous consent. Oh, Member Loring.
No, I'm unanimous
Oh,
consent. I just had a comment if I could, or a question.
Sure.
So procedurally, the way this works, next year, because this is an annual reauthorization, this would be back up again for consideration.
Thank you. Through the chair, Member Loring, no. We just lost this hunt. And so it'll be back up in cycle in 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
Or regularly scheduled for region
I
3.
appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Or potentially an ACR?
All right, with that being said, any further questions here? If not, I know it's kind of a little irregular time to recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30, but we're going to recess until, Commissioner.
Yeah, I just urge you to get out to the public the miscellaneous business agenda so that they have an opportunity to reflect on whether they're going to participate or listen tomorrow. So you might at least have a discussion on the record right now on what your miscellaneous agenda is going to be for tomorrow.
Sure. Yeah, we'll step down for 5 minutes. I'll finalize the miscellaneous business. All right, 12 minutes. And we'll finalize the miscellaneous business. clarify a little bit on proposal 89. So Natalie, could you talk about that just a little bit?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so Proposal 89 is ultimately, we think we heard that the board adopted the proposal and amended it to require all non-resident moose hunters to attend an orientation course. And this includes all guided non-residents and all non-guided non-residents. And the reason that we want the clarification is that the regulation that will be written as a result of that will state exactly that. All non-resident moose hunters will be required to take a moose hunter orientation course. But in regulation, what that means is the other places where the board had allowances for requirement of the course or accompaniment by a registered guide or resident relative, those will go away. So the regulation, as we understand it, applies to all non-resident and all non-resident alien moose hunters. So we just need confirmation that that is exactly the intent of the board with what they passed.
Discussion on that, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that's what I voted for. Maybe not knowing those unintended consequences, but that's exactly what I voted for, is the proposal is to require non-residents moose hunters to attend a moose hunter orientation course, just like it states in there.
Thank you for that. Member Loring.
Yeah, that's correct. That's what I recall voting for, that required all non-residents and non-resident aliens, regardless if they're guided or not, to attend this, so just across the board. And so I'm in agreement also.
So I guess I got to ask this question. You know, we have non-resident aliens. Heck, we have Alaska residents that don't speak English, and that English is not their first language. Do we anticipate this being a hurdle at all for any of that? And do we have any 2DK allocation for moose in the state?
Mr. Chair, yes, there are currently some hunts that are allocated to guided non-residents and non-guided non-residents. 2DK specifically, there used to be, before the board acted on 89, an allowance that allowed for those non-resident hunters accompanied by resident relatives within second degree of kindred to not take this orientation course. Board action on 89 removed that ability.
Any discussion on that? Member Brett.
Some breaks are too long. I gotta rescind what I just said. I'd voted in opposition to Proposal 89. And so require non-resident moose hunters to attend a hunter orientation course and be accompanied by a registered guide. I didn't want to make this a registered guide for non-residents, a guide species for non-residents.
I think that's a different proposal. We're talking about the hunter orientation.
Oh, I thought he said 89.
Oh, did I say 89? I said.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, the board amended it to remove the guide part of it and left just the hunter orientation.
Regardless, I still voted against it.
Other discussion from board members on this? We need to get like a clear intent out here for the department and the troopers. Member Gardner.
Yeah, I think it was just overall hunter education with non-residents and familiarization with, we spoke about care of game meat and the concerns that we had with that.
Okay, I was a nay vote on that as well. But who are all the yay votes? Let's hear from them.
Oh, yeah. Yay votes were Mr. Hoffman, Garner, Batesdale, and Wood.
All right, Garner, you got your 2 cents in there. Member Batesdale, get your 2 cents in there.
Yes, I was voting on that the non-resident moose hunters would attend an orientation course.
Member Wood, you want to put your 2 cents in there as well? Okay, if you want to add a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I can add to it. The conversation is you know, there's an we talked to the department, there's already a orientation in place. It would be an implementation. We talked about what the difficulty would that be, and it didn't seem that difficult. We talked about, you know, non-resident hunters in preparation for coming to a hunt to Alaska have to do multiple things, buying gear, booking flights, travel, the orientation being a pretty minimal effort for what we would see is a big concern in the legal taking a game and handling a meet.
Member Hoffman, do you agree with those?
Yes, I do.
Natalie and Alaska Troopers, do you guys, Captain Johnson, do you guys think you got enough direction there?
Mr. Chair, yes, that seems clear to me. Thank you.
Natalie?
Mr. Chair, yep, that works for us. Thank you.
All right, awesome, thanks. Oh, yeah, Member Brett.
So with the guide part that we amended out, then there's not necessarily to have that language of family member within second degree anymore neither.
Through the chair, Member Brett, that's correct. All of that language that addressed those things in 92003 will be going away and will be replaced with the blanket orientation requirement for non-resident moose hunters.
All right, we have that clear. The next thing we're going to talk about is what we're going to have in miscellaneous business tomorrow, just to make it known to the public if they want to stick around and hear us talk about that. We need to, we're going to have some findings in front of us tomorrow. We don't have the number yet, but it'll be about the language for the Delta Bison allocation. We'll have that in front of us. We'll look over that really, really closely. We also, there's been I really feel strongly about having a miscellaneous business, a real brief discussion about the use of traditional knowledge. And I plan on having a long talk with Mr. Wood off, the record about how Board of Fish does it. And, I don't think the Board of Game is prepared to get anything together at this time, but I think we need to start, building that boat. So I plan on having a discussion with you about it off the record sometime. And
I'd very much welcome that.
cool. And Member Loring, you want to talk just a little bit, about, we're not in miscellaneous business right now, but Member Loring's going to kind of talk a little bit just about, this idea about the trap tags too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, we're in an area where there's, we're talking about trapping and trappers and non-consumptive users or trail walkers and folks with dogs and cross-country skiers. And it seems like we have some areas that have more of a conflict than other areas. And, it's not a statewide issue. But my point is, I know we've done this in the past years, getting together with the different user groups, but I'd like to try it again. I think we really need to go down that direction. I mentioned it on the record a few times. Talked to Neeland Taylor about it personally. I haven't talked to Nicole yet about it, but I want to try to get the different groups back together again one more time, and maybe we can look at what our problems are, what areas those problems are occurring, and how we might be able to come to a consensus to somehow alleviate some of those real serious issues. And so my point is to reach out to those different folks here in the next few weeks and at least run it by them to see if it's something they're interested in doing. I'd also be bringing in the wildlife troopers with their point of view and just see where we can go with it. If we can go someplace, I'd really love to see that. If we can't, then I'll just report back to the board that it's not something that's going to work, but I'd at least like to try it again. And so that's what my point is. So I just want to put that out there, and I'm sure some of the folks will probably be hearing from me.
At this point in time, I have, no one's alerted me if they're going to bring anything up for reconsiderations, but until the last bell rings or the gavel hits down, that could always come back up. But the way tomorrow's going to happen, we're going to address the emergency petition first thing. Then I'm going to go through a list of proposals that, we're out of the board's authority to discuss, and then we'll go into miscellaneous business. So that's the way tomorrow's going to transpire. So with that being said, we'll see everybody at 8:30 in the morning. Oh, Member Wood.
Before we go off record today, for those people listening in and whatnot, the department has put in RC 190. I just want to put this on the record so they're fully aware of it, which deals with a lot of the information that will be necessary to be considered should this IM status be discussed later on by the board. And it gives them something to sink their teeth into to respond to during a period in which public comments will be appropriate. And then secondly, for tomorrow's meeting on that issue, I've gone through this as chair of the Board of Fisheries. The only reason I'm sharing this with you, I would really implore the chair to keep us focused 100% on the criteria for the declaration of an emergency and not get into the merits of whether IM programs should go forward or not. And if we keep it strictly to those criteria, we should be able to work our way through it in a rather orderly and quick manner. But if we start to go into all the rest of it, we could be here for quite a while.
I appreciate that advice, and I'm going to be leaning on law to keep us on the right track as well.
And just one last thing, I know there are two, well, I don't know what I've been told, that there are two RCs coming in from, I've forgotten their names already. The two people that testified here earlier that they were attorneys, the lady senator, I think her name was, and Davis was the other one, dealing with what they believe should be considered in an emergency finding. And if that does come in today or early tomorrow morning, people should take a look at the packet to take a look at what they have to say about it.
Yep, the board members will be aware of all that material. Commissioner.
Yeah, I'll be leaving you this afternoon. I have some family issues I got to deal with, but I want to thank you all for your time and commitment to Alaska's wildlife. This all takes time away from family pursuits and friends and everything else. So thank you for your service to the state, and we really appreciate working with you. And I've appreciated the week and the time spending to get to know you all and a little bit better, and for the votes you took. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Commissioner. If nobody else has anything, we're adjourned till recess tomorrow morning at 8:30.